Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, January 4th. It is 9:31 a.m., and I would like to call this meeting to order. First of all, Happy New Year, everyone. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded. You are either participating one of two ways, in person or on either the Zoom platform or customarily through our YouTube Live or Cali PA live stream. If you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. If you have any challenges doing so, please do email the clerk at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and she will be able to help you get onto the platform. Once you are here on the platform, your microphone will be muted, and you will be asked to comment once your item is there. I apologize, I completely skipped over introducing my actual board colleagues and got right into the script on those on the platform. I'd like to go back a bit and actually introduce my fellow board colleagues here. With me is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Sean McGuire, and also Board Member Laurel Firestone. With us as well as our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. Our acting clerk of the board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Margie Argel. So again, if you're on the platform and are having any challenges, do email our clerk at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. For those of you in the room, good morning. We're here in Sacramento in the Cali PA building. A couple of quick announcements. Please do look around at the exits. If there is an emergency, we will file out calmly to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. If you intend on commenting on any of today's items, please do sign up on the side of the room here where we have our comment letters, our comment sign-up form. When you do come to the microphone, please introduce yourself and any organization you are a part of. With that out of the way, we can move on to our public forum where we have an opportunity to hear from any member of the public wishing to speak on an item not currently scheduled before the board. And I believe our first commenter is Jeffrey McQuillan.
Good morning, board members. Happy New Year. I'm Jeff McQuilkin. I see my light is a little funny here. Thank you for letting me join by Zoom. I'm the executive director of the Mono Lake Committee, and I want to join you today to just comment briefly on the emergency situation at Mono Lake. The lake is very low due to the legacy of water diversions to Los Angeles, accentuated by the recent drought. And as you all know, the board has established a management level for the lake to ensure protection of globally significant public trust resources at the lake. Unfortunately, the lake is far below that management level, having risen only 20% of the way to achieving it, despite it being established 29 years ago. We've recently written in detail in December about the urgent problems that are the result of the low lake level. The nesting gull colony, one of the world's largest, is at imminent risk of predation and long-term disruption due to exposure of large areas of lake bed. And that land bridge provides access for predators to the otherwise safe nesting islands. And we've also noted that the board's own water quality standards established to protect ecosystem health are being violated or exceeded at this time. So we look forward to discussing those matters in detail. We've recommended suspending water diversions by the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power that impact lake level from Rush Creek and Levining Creek until the lake rises out of the emergency zone and reasonably can be expected to stay there. Our request focuses on those two emergency issues, but I do want to highlight that board action, and we know there will be subsequent processes and discussions, but board action would also be responsive to the significant cultural resources concerns that have been raised by the Mono Lake Kuzetica tribe in a recent letter that they have submitted to the board, as well as to air quality violations and a host of other public trust resource protection concerns. So it's a situation where everyone needs to do their part. Here at the Mono Lake Committee, this month, we're beginning work with our colleagues at California State Parks and Department of Fish and Wildlife. We will be deploying a temporary electric fence out on that exposed land bridge. The goal being to block use by predators to access the nesting islands, not too safe as islands, protect the gull nests, eggs, and chicks during the 2023 nesting season that begins in just about 60 days. Lastly, I just wanted to say one question we've heard quite a bit over the past couple of weeks is maybe one that you're hearing about the weather, right? How do the recent atmospheric river storms and the ones that are right on their way in and the increase in snowpack, how does it affect this emergency situation at Mono Lake? We do realize that suspending temporarily stream diversions is a significant action, requires work on the part of the Department of Water and Power in Los Angeles to provide the water they need for their ratepayers. And the recent storms are good news because they expand the supply portfolio for the city, make it easier to offset the fairly modest 4,500 acre feet that would be delivered to Mono Lake under the request. But still, we know one wet year is not a plan for the future. The committee has worked extensively with state and Los Angeles leaders to advance concepts to bring additional funding that could increase the local water supply sources in Los Angeles for citizens, that could help make good things happen for the city as well as for Mono Lake. Stormwater capture, water recycling, turf replacement, these are all good options. We've seen particular interest in direct install of conservation devices in low-income communities in the city, which would have the double benefit of achieving water savings to benefit Mono Lake and also cost savings for those particular ratepayers. At Mono Lake, on the other end of this, there's only one supply option. That's the rain and snow that falls from the sky. The wet winter, of course, is welcome news. I would say that in 2017, the lake was at the same low elevation it is today. We had to build the same gull protection fence that we're building now. Of course, 2017 was extremely wet. And yet here we are again facing the same problem. So it tells us that one wet year or banking on a wet year is really not the answer. Instead, board action on the criteria that govern stream diversions in the Mono Basin. It's consistent with D1631 and necessary to achieve the commendable protections the board has already established for the public trust at Mono Lake. So that's my quick comment. We look forward to talking with you and staff further about this important issue, and wish you a happy and a wet new year as you get going in 2023.
Thank you, Mr. McQuilkin. I appreciate your coming before the board and your comments this morning. As you know, we have received the correspondence. We're not prepared to make any substantive comment on the letters and requests at this point. But I would just acknowledge, like so many of our basins, we're needing to continue to figure out how we best manage what are challenging conditions now and in the long term as well, in balancing this resource and how we take it from our watersheds. So I appreciate the comments and your engagement this morning, and Happy New Year to you as well.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Kimberly Burr.
Yeah, hi.
Morning.
Let's see, something. Hey, Happy New Year, everybody. And I just wanted to thank you for all your very important work and all the important work your invaluable staff is doing. I just wanted to quickly comment on the chair's report, because I think there's a little mention in there about the North Coast Regional Board doing the a vineyard permit. And I'm serving as on the public advisory group, I guess they call it. And I think I submitted some photos. I don't know if they can be brought up on their screen there. I sent them to Jeannie, but I don't know. Maybe you did.
Yeah, apologies. Janine Townsend is currently out. And so if it went to that email address, we didn't receive them. And if you want to try to quickly resend them, you can do so at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. And even if we can't bring them up now, at least they can be shared with the rest of the board.
Okay, I will try to send them. There's just a little, there's only 5 of them, and it basically shows it's significant issues with erosion on some of these properties. And we're working really hard to figure out how to, change that dynamic, maybe keeping more of the stormwater on site rather than just letting it drain off. These properties are very difficult to control stormwater runoff. So that may be coming forward to you guys for approval one of these days. It's going to be a long process, but just so that you know that it's not an easy thing, but we're trying, at least the environmental subcommittee is trying really hard to explain how we're working to get, less of these impacts to be absorbed by the environment, but rather be internalized by, in the companies or whoever are involved in taking these areas and putting them into intensive cultivation. That's really where the responsibility lies, and to the extent that we can help with that, we want to do that. But I think that we have to. I'll have to send you those pictures, but it's a big problem, and some of these areas are very difficult to control. But we're hoping to get more support from staff and the industry to figure this out so that we can clean up these extremely polluted areas and make it better for, basically habitat, of which we have much that is impaired. And thank you again for all your work and time and attention, and I'll work on getting those photos over to you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Burr. Appreciate you taking the time this morning and engaging the board. And yes, please do send those photos and we'll be able to take a look. I also, and I'm sure you know, additionally point you toward your regional water quality control board, where a lot of these issues are primary as well. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Fred Briones.
Hello, am I on?
Yes, good morning.
Oh yes, hi. My name is Fred Briones. I'm a tribal member at the Big Valley Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians. I'm the CEO of the Native American Fiber Program. And today, I would like to speak on behalf of the fish. As a fisherman, a hunter, and a basket weaver, our traditional culture relied for over 10,000 years on that specific species of fish, the hitch. And the hitch now the populations have dropped into the million, or from the millions to 5 or 6, 10, just handfuls. And the cause and the tribe continues to be very ambitious about this, the factors that are causing the hitch to die. And it is the water. It's very obvious. The water in the creeks, it's no longer there. It has been dammed. We would like some dams to come down. But our fish now in the water leads us here in our traditional way. The water, that's the source of our leadership. And so we're here to speak on the fish that now passed. But then, see, the fish have passed, and we now call that the spirits. But then in the traditional way, again, the basket is the tooling to talk to the spirits. And the spirits, they ask now, why in this tragic disappearance? Where am I? Why have I disappeared? And it becomes very apparent where this water has been used for agriculture, wine in our area. And see, it's very clear to us because alcohol is not a part of our culture. It is not. So to see our land be turned into vineyards and our lake level drop so to levels that, generations have never saw, and the sustainability of it. And the history of Lake County was that it contains so many spirits, animals, birds, fish, tules, trees, basket roots, and water. Our leadership, it is life, but now it's diminishing. And we clearly see that alcohol, wine production. So I asked the board, I know you don't have you can't give me an answer, but I'm going to ask the tough question. Can you please investigate with us this disappearance of our fish and the investigation to monitor, provide data of how much water is turned into wine? We would like to know those facts and figures going forward, because for the animals, the plants, for our fish, for our life, our leadership, it really depends on that. So, and also remove Adobe Creek Dam for our hitch, and also no more vineyards. No more new vineyards, no more new wells, and those old ones allow us, the true owners, to provide us, you, the state, with traditional ecological knowledge of understanding how to live with the land, in which that was in Lake County, was tules, which absorb water. And you see now we're in this flood stage because there's nothing to absorb water. So just some input, advice from the spirits. Thank you. That's what I'd like to.
Thank you so much, Mr. Briones. I appreciate you coming before the board. I know there's a number of others from your tribe and elders here as well, and I think they're signed up here to comment on the drought item. So we'll hear further from the tribe and those voices, and appreciate you adding to your voice here and noting that you signed up for a public forum and the drought item. So I'll call you up for the drought item here then as well. So just thank you. Appreciate that, and look forward to hearing further from the tribe here around the challenge of the hitch. With that, it concludes our public forum commenters, and appreciate everyone who's taking the time to address the board. We can now move into board business, and our first item is consideration of adoption of the board meeting minutes from December 6th and 7th. Looking to my fellow board colleagues if there's any amendments, and then otherwise, we can entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt.
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. That brings us now into our first informational item, which is an update on our drought and current hydrologic conditions. And I'd like to call up Eric Ekdahl and folks for the item. Happy New Year. Good morning.
Happy New Year. Good morning. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Eric Ekdahl, Deputy Director for Division of Water Rights. We have a fairly lengthy drought update today as the conditions are rapidly changing. So let's just jump right into the next slide. This is a rough overview. We have a hydrology update for California. Then we'll be joined by Chris Harris from the Colorado River Board to provide an update on the Colorado River. We also have Sarah Rice from the Emergency Response Program in the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance, who will provide a quick overview on current activities within her program. Then jump into kind of the watershed-specific curtailment actions that are currently in place and other actions within the watershed-specific list there. Then turn it over to drinking water, and I think that's it. So with that, let's jump right into the hydrologic update, and I'll turn it over to my colleague within the Division of Water Rights.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Jeff Laird, a water resource control engineer in the Division of Water Rights, and I'll be providing today's hydrologic conditions update. It's going to be an exciting one. Here in the looking at the Northern Sierra precipitation index, thanks to the recent storms, this index has jumped up to a total for this water year of 21.9 inches, and that's 115% of average for this time of year. Next slide, please. In the Central Sierra, There's also been around 10 inches of precipitation over the last month, putting this index at 20.4 inches, which is 158% of average for the state. Next slide. And following a similar pattern in the Southern Sierra, this index is at 14.1 inches of precipitation and 157% of average. Next slide. Overall, snow water content is across the state is also higher than average for this time of year, and that is 35%, 83%, and 106% higher in the north, central, and southern areas of the state, respectively. Next slide, please. Next is look at reservoir conditions. These next slides will focus on 4 project reservoirs, and each graph shows a traces of this water year compared to last water year, several notable wet or dry years, and in the light blue shaded area, the historical average. At Lake Shasta, storage sits at a little over 1.5 million acre feet, which is 34% of the total storage and 57% of historical average. Next slide. Also, for each of these reservoirs, we're going to take a look at a time series of storage over the last 3 years. You can see at the kind of very right edge of that graph, in the red, that's the storage increase over the last month. Shasta has seen just about 150,000 acre feet in this last month, and we have a long way to go from the peak in April of 2020. Next slide. Lake Oroville is, had a larger increase compared to Shasta, sits at around 1.3 million acre feet, 38% of total capacity, and 72% of historical average. Next slide. Like I said, a bigger jump here compared to Shasta, almost 400,000 acre feet over the last month. Next slide. Folsom is a little bit stark. You can see there a very big increase in storage to the current level of just under 600,000 acre feet. That's 61% of total capacity and almost 150% of the historical average. Next slide. And it's hard to see here because the jump is so large in such a short period of time, but this is an increase in 350,000 acre feet over the last month, most of it in just the last few days. Next slide. Down at New Melones, the current reservoir level is at about 730,000 acre feet. That's 30% of total capacity and 55% of the historical average. Next slide. And the increase over the last month has been about 140,000 acre feet. Next slide, please. This panel shows a summary of 17 major reservoirs around the state. Most are still below historical average levels for this time of year, despite the latest storm, but we'll see where that goes over the next few days. Next slide, please. Some reservoirs not shown in the last slide. That's Kachuma Reservoir. That's at about 63% of capacity. Diamond Valley is at about 61% of capacity. San Luis Reservoir at 63% of capacity. Next slide, please. And this is the Term 91 graph. Term 91 is not currently in effect. We expect supplemental project waters to be even lower this week and do not anticipate Term 91 going into effect anytime soon. And I believe that's my last slide. I'm happy to take questions before I pass it back to Eric.
Yeah, maybe last question, but just point, it's interesting to see, along the averages, how we're kind of where we were on a number of the stations where we were last year. And we saw how quickly conditions changed otherwise as things really dried out. So again, this inter-year variability is really here what's even further dominating what's always been a year-to-year variability in the state. And so I know whenever we receive these storms, there's a feeling of, okay, is this it? Is this the drought buster? Are we through? But I think when you look at the water supply strategy, when you look at the points that we continue to need to make, it's around the long-term trends in aridification that these are good. We have to manage these storms well and take advantage of them and continue to prepare for what it is we may find. So just thank you.
Let's go on to the next slide. I do have a brief few bullets before we turn it over to the Colorado River Board. Just looking ahead for the next 2 to 4 weeks or so, for much of the last fall and even up until last week, there had been continuing kind of medium-term forecasts that showed a drying trend in January and returned to kind of the same ridge that we saw last year, where we had January, February, March, which were completely dry. It was the driest winter period on record. Those projections are starting to change. And so now there is suggestion that January is trending very wet. It's still very early and very uncertain, but the next week shows 4 storms, including the one today, multi-day events that will have significant precipitation, both snow and rain associated with them. So we're watching the forecast closely, and trends are changing. But as you saw in some of those earlier slides, Shasta is only at 34%. That was as of the 2nd, so it's been a couple days yet. Kind of a function of the track of these storms and snowfall. So there will be snow melt that contributes at some point later in the year. Oroville is at 38%. So the reservoirs are still very low relative to kind of their peak capacity. And those do have bearing kind of on drought conditions and just water availability throughout the summer period as well. We also don't know what the spring will bring. We can look back at April 2021, where we had about 75% snowpack average in April. By May 1st, it was down to 20 or 25. A lot of it sublimated, never appeared in the reservoir. So we don't know what's going to happen yet. Definitely great to see these storms in the precipitation event. Now we're tipping a little bit towards flooding in some areas, and so definitely want to be careful and just caution everyone who is listening to pay attention to the weather and watch the forecast closely. So with that, I'll turn it over. I think the next slide, we'll turn it over to Mr. Harris if he is on the Zoom platform.
And I know Mr. Harris was indicating he'd be available at about 10 a.m. So he just joined. There you are. Good morning, Mr. Harris. Thank you so much. I know you're very busy and really appreciate you taking the time to join us this morning and update us. And impeccable
with
timing.
all of you.
Impeccable
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, sir.
I just have a few slides. It's great to be with you, and at least I think we're starting off the new year headed in the right direction, and hopefully the news I'm going to share with you for the next few minutes will be appreciated. Just a refresher, there's the Colorado River Basin, Upper Basin, and that's kind of going to be the focus of my remarks in the next couple of slides. And then the photograph on the right is essentially the current condition at Lake Mead. It's rather stark. So next slide, please. Or am I advancing it? Okay. The diagram on the left is the teacup diagram, which graphically portrays the condition of the reservoirs in the upper Colorado River Basin. So if you kind of go up into Wyoming in the upper Green River Basin, you can see that both Fontenelle and Flaming Gorge are about 60–70% full. And there's been a significant amount of snow accumulation over the past few weeks in this portion of the watershed. So it portends well for the condition of both of those reservoirs. And then down at the bottom, of course, you can see now that Lake Powell, as of January 1st, is at 24% of capacity. And I believe yesterday it dipped below 35.25, which is one of the critical elevations there. That's 35 feet above minimum power pool in Lake Powell at the Glen Canyon Dam. So this is relatively normal when Powell is pretty low during the winter. It's making releases, generating power, water's going for downstream uses in the lower basin, but you've got all that snowpack that's coming in. So with the April through July runoff period, you're going to get hopefully some significant recovery. And then over on the right side is the teacup diagram for the reservoir system in the lower basin. And the one that really matters is the topmost there, Lake Mead. And it's about 28% of capacity and will continue to decline. And it's entirely dependent upon releases from Glen Canyon Dam, annual releases from Glen Canyon Dam each year, and then any local runoff you get from the Virgin River and a couple of other minor tributaries, and then any local precipitation you get. But most of Lake Mead's supply comes from the annual release from Lake Powell through Glen Canyon Dam. Next slide, please. All right. This is where the news gets a little better. First of all, the purple line on the graph on the left is the 30-year median. So 1991 through 2020, and that's kind of the bell-shaped curve of what our precipitation. And then on the bottom, you can see the time of year. The green line on the graph indicates last year. So that's 2022. And then the blue line is where we are right now. And interestingly enough, we're in that late December, early January place where we were last year, kind of up above the average and climbing up. And you'll notice last year, we hit about the end of December, early January, things plateaued, and we never really got a ton of precipitation after that. So it made it pretty tough on us with respect to runoff. We also started last winter with much drier soil conditions. This winter going in, our soil moisture content was pretty close to normal. And that's really where you want to be going into a winter, because when you do get to a runoff season, rather than that snowpack just going straight back into the ground, we're likely to get more runoff into our smaller creeks and tributaries and river systems, and ultimately end up with better inflow into our reservoirs. So now the graphic on the right shows you the condition in the upper Colorado River Basin. And here's where you can see just kind of broadly across there, kind of the dark bluish and then purple and even green, you're all above average. And in many cases in the upper basin right now, we're doing well above average. Now it's early. I don't want to, get people too optimistic. As you can see in the graph on the left, we did this last year too. But things are certainly trending in the right direction. And even over the next 10 days, both in California, as well as streaming then across through the upper basin, it looks like we've got several systems that are going to move through, at least for the next 10 days, 2 weeks, and continue to add to this. So I think the NOAA forecasters and regional forecasters are, fingers crossed, but cautiously optimistic we're headed in the right direction. Next slide, please. So if you take the December 24-month study projections, what we do every month is we run a model. We call it our midterm operations model. And we look out 24 months. And you can see that on the Lake Powell graph on the left side, the historical and future dark blue line that goes. So end of November, early December, and then moving forward is the 24-month projection. The red dashed line is the minimum probable projection, yet there could be some severe traces even below that, but that's kind of the average of those minimum probable projections. The green is the most probable or average prediction of where Lake Powell could end up. And then finally, the dashed blue is the maximum probable. And we've highlighted elevation 3525. And that's, again, 35 feet above minimum power pool in Lake Powell. So it's kind of one of our critical threshold elevations. We like to try and operate the reservoir and take additional water conservation actions that can ensure that we can keep Lake Powell at or above 3525. You can see with the minimum probable projection, we dive down. And in fact, I think it was just yesterday, we went below 3525, and we will for a little while, but come the spring runoff, Powell should start climbing back up again. But you can see by the end of 2023, we're right back down, at least based upon current projections, close to 3525. And then Lake Mead, you can see this is more concerning because in taking the measures to protect critical elevations in Lake Powell on the left side, keep it above 3525, it does have an impact on Lake Mead. And again, as I said, Lake Mead's largely sole source of supply is the annual release from Glen Canyon Dam. So if you start getting releases that are less than 7.48 million acre feet, Lake Mead starts to go down rather quickly. So we're again optimistic. If we have a decent water year coming in, we may be able to get, we're on track to have a 7.48 million acre foot release in 23 from Glen Canyon Dam. But if we do get a decent or better than average water year, we may even get a little bit of a balancing release, which would provide additional water supply that would go downstream to Lake Mead. So, and as you know, California in October agreed to do an additional 400,000 acre feet of water conservation. We're hoping the other basin states, particularly Arizona, will join us and do some additional conservation. And in fact, Arizona, Nevada, and California have really stepped up. I would have to say over the past couple of years, there's an awful lot of additional work that's being done in reducing water uses in all three states. And that water is currently being held in Lake Mead. And the same with our partners in Mexico. So I think we're on the right trajectory. And that provides a good segue for my last slide. I also wanted to let you know that toward the end of December, on December 20th, the stakeholders across the basin, including the 7 basin states and tribes and NGOs, all provided feedback to the Department of the Interior and the Bureau of Reclamation regarding Reclamation's intention to prepare a supplemental EIS that is looking at potential modification of the 2007 interim shortage guidelines. And the reason Reclamation wants to take a look at revisiting the record of decision from the 2007 guidelines is there may be additional measures that Reclamation and the department could implement in conjunction with the basin states and water users that would further protect the critical infrastructure at both Glen Canyon Dam and Hoover Dam. And so all of us within our states and collectively among states and water users have been working over the past few months since this NOI was released to put together thoughts and recommendations and suggestions regarding how Reclamation and the department could modify the 07 guidelines record of decision and further protect both Powell and Mead. Those comments were all due on the 20th, and there was a large collection put together. The board submitted comments. Many of California's Colorado River water using agencies submitted comments, as well as our colleagues in the other 6 states. And with that, we are also working very diligently over the month of January to see if it's possible to put together a collaborative, consensus-based framework alternative that Reclamation can analyze in the NEPA process. And we would need to have that framework alternative proposal completed by the end of January in order for it to be evaluated through the NEPA process and come out in a draft SEIS in the March-April timeframe. I'm cautiously optimistic that we will be able to achieve that. If not, I do think that there are probably several states, including California, that could be submitting a framework alternative on their own if we can't reach a full 7-state deal. But I think the goal right now, the commitment among the 7 states, is to work together toward that end. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the Water Board, that's what I've got. I think we're in a pretty good place. The hydrology is again in a good place and headed in the right direction. Let's just hope that we can get another month or 2 of these sort of repeated storms, both for our system here in California as well as across the Colorado River Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I really appreciate the update and know that there's a lot of intense conversations going on right now amongst all the basin states. And to your point, and what I'm incredibly proud of, is the fact that the state has continued to stand up here to our obligations around conservation, where urban conservation continues to be important, but also just on even making the long-term investments that help us reduce the dependence on what we know are watersheds here that aren't going to be yielding the amounts that we all thought were going to when so many of our projects were built. These are not easy discussions, certainly. They're very similar to so many of the watersheds throughout California's borders, but just appreciate your leadership. I know the leadership of so many others in the water agencies as we continue to simply do what we all know we must do, which is reduce our dependence, conserve, and also make the investments necessary in order to, for the long term, shift these systems. So appreciate that. Looking to my colleagues if they have any specific questions on the river right now. And then hearing, yes, Vice Chair, please.
Thank you. And Mr. Harris, it's always good to see you. Thank you for the update. I look forward to hearing more about, and I know we all do, about how the discussions are going to proceed in the coming weeks and months. But my question is, just because we're so California focused, and we really do understand sort of the unique circumstances with respect to any adjustments on diversions in California, in particular, the agreements that are already in place and the potential impact on the Salton Sea. Could you take a few moments to just share with us any of the challenges that the other basin states might be confronting as they weigh and balance reduced diversions?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Great question. Each state in the Colorado River Basin is facing relatively significant challenges. Start with, Nevada, for example. They first start off with a very small allocation compared to all the other states of Colorado River water, and yet they've got a large metropolitan region there at the extreme southern tip of Nevada, right on the shores of Lake Mead. That's pretty much entirely dependent upon that Colorado River water supply. They really don't have any other source of supply. So reliability and certainty is incredibly important for them. Arizona, our sister state just on the other side of the river from us, is in a similar situation, significant groundwater pumping and having to manage their groundwater basins. They don't have the ability to just switch off taking Colorado River water and going on groundwater because of overdraft conditions in many of their basins. They've got a huge population in both the Phoenix metropolitan and Tucson metropolitan areas. So they're very reliant upon the Central Arizona Project, which moves Colorado River water from the river over by Lake Havasu all the way down to south of Tucson to the Tohono O'odham Indian tribe. So again, CAP having some measure of certainty and reliability on some amount of Colorado River water supply is going to be incredibly important for them. And that's why, we believe, just as we did in California with the 2003 QSA, that dealing with how to best backstop your long-term or even short-term annual demands, your water use requirements, does require this collaboration intrastate and the development of intrastate agreements between the ag sector and the urban sector. And I think, California has proven itself able to do that time and time again, regardless of whether you're in the San Joaquin system or down here in Southern California with a reliance on Colorado River water supplies. Partnerships and collaboration are going to be the ticket going forward. The upper basin states are in a somewhat different position because they have obligations under the Colorado River Compact to move water down that not only help meet the Mexican treaty delivery obligation, but also their obligation to deliver water supplies to the lower basin states. So that's challenging for them. If you're in a state of drought in Colorado, it's difficult to stop using water and just watch it go by and go to Lake Powell so it can be delivered to Mexico or to users in the United States. You've got to kind of come up with that balance within your own state-based system that allows meaningful water uses to continue within their priority systems. Every state basically lives with the priority system kind of, use it or lose it, and first in time, first in right. But Utah is also in a similar situation to Arizona with the Central Utah Project, moving water out of the basin, the Salt Lake and Provo and Ogden metropolitan areas through the Central Utah Project. And they continue to express interest in their Lake Powell pipeline, which would move water from Lake Powell over to St. George, Washington County region. So I think the thing that we're all coming up against is that over the past 20 years, we're now down to an average annual water supply at Lee Ferry of something just over 12 million acre feet a year. And the problem is if you add up everybody's demands, Mexico and the United States, we're something over 15 million acre feet. So we're right now trying to figure out how can we, using the existing laws and compacts and treaties and rules and regulations, develop an equitable framework that protects the infrastructure of the reservoir system, but also acknowledges all of these water rights systems that are in place, and how can we best incentivize the use of best management practices in the ag sector and effect smart, intelligent water use reductions in the urban sectors, whether you're in Denver on the east slope of Colorado, over in the Salt Lake area, or Phoenix, Tucson, Las Vegas, the LA region, down to San Diego. So each state has its own unique set of challenges. There are also opportunities in there, but it's kind of bringing them together. And I think one of the biggest things that we've all really begun to get our arms around is the human health and safety need aspect going forward for at least the short term, the next few years. If these reservoirs continue to decline, we can't just rely 100% on the priority system, the senior users getting everything. We've also got to take into account that we do have urban water use needs that are going to need to be met. So this, again, reemphasizes the notion that we're all going to have to work together. And within California, we're doing that. We're all collectively, urban and ag sector, pulling the wagon in the same direction and ensure that California's needs in Southern California can continue to be met, including the needs that we have to smartly manage implementation of the Salton Sea Management Program going forward. Long-winded, but I hope that gets to what you were looking for.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you again, Mr. Harris. I know your leadership is well required here in this time, and just really appreciate your depth of knowledge. And when you touch on the themes of, again, really reconciling what we can expect to be able to withdraw from what is Mother Nature providing us here in balance, what are these impacts across our ecosystems, across our sectors, whether agriculture or urban. But to really be able to get past this moment, it's really understanding the balance amongst all of that and figuring out how we do more with what is obviously less. And so just really appreciate you taking the time this morning. I know we'll have a lot of further discussion, especially as we begin to see what comes out here at the other side of January, whether or not the 7 basin states can come together, whether or not we'll have to just continue to put on the table whatever we can, knowing that here collectively, we're all going to be called on a lot to do. So just thank you. We look forward to further update.
I absolutely, and look forward to it myself. And I just want to tell you, I am so proud of the leadership in this state, from the governor and my Secretary of Natural Resources, Wade Crowfoot, your board. I think all of us have a unique and important role that we're going to have to play, both in state as well as our collaboration across our state lines with our sister states. This can't be solved just by one sector or one group of water users down in Southern California. This is going to take a team effort. It's going to take all of us, and we're going to have to work with our sister states and the United States. And I'm just very pleased to be able to check in with you periodically, your board, and recognizing the role that you guys play. It's going to be critical going forward. So thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to coming back very soon and meeting with you again.
Thank you for that, Mr. Harris. Happy New Year to you. We'll be chatting soon.
Yep.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, that I think wraps up what are hydrologic updates. Mr.
That's
Director.
correct. That's the hydrologic portion of the update. We'll jump quickly to the emergency response program update, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Reese.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. My name is Sarah Reese, and I'm the Water Board's lead for the Emergency Management Program. Today, I'm going to be taking a few minutes to give a bit of background on our program and provide you some current updates on our current emergency event response activities. The Emergency Management Program coordinates emergency management activities across the 9 regional boards, the divisions, and offices within the State Water Board. The State Water Resource Control Board and the 9 regional water quality control boards play a role in emergency management within the state. Under the State Emergency Response Plan, we have a key role in a number of areas, including public health, environmental protection, hazardous materials, utilities and critical infrastructure, as well as public information. While EMP staff are not first responders, during and following emergency events, we serve in an advisory capacity and provide technical guidance and expertise to incident command as it relates to public health, safety, and the environment. Common EMP activities include support related to watershed and water quality protection in areas impacted by wildfires or flooding, drinking water and municipal wastewater infrastructure operations, and the environmental testing labs that support those facilities. Superfund or other cleanup sites overseen by the water boards that are of concern to the environment and or to first responder safety. Current and ongoing EMP activities include within the recent weeks, EMP in coordination with the regions, divisions, and offices within the water boards have been involved in coordinating and supporting recovery efforts resulting from flood, debris flow, earthquakes, and wildfire. EMP has supported the Callaway State Operations Center since its activation on December 20th, 2022, to coordinate and provide support for the magnitude 6.4 Humboldt County earthquake, the following aftershocks, and now the current winter weather storm events. For wastewater for these events, EMP contacted 12 wastewater treatment facilities following the 6.4 magnitude earthquake to determine operational status and if there was unmet needs following. We also followed up with those facilities after the 5.4 earthquake to verify there was no new issues. Drinking water in the impacted areas, we identified 23 community water systems serving approximately 112,000 people. Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District supplies water to many systems around the Arcata Bay. Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District did not report any major impacts or unmet needs. The community water systems served by the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District do not report any major impacts or unmet needs at this time. Drinking water reached out to all the community water systems in the impacted area, and there are no unmet needs. For the environmental laboratories, EMP contacted staff on site at the following labs that were located in the high-intensity shake zone. All the labs were able to process samples during the incidents. This included North Coast Labs, Arcata City Water Quality Laboratory, Humboldt County Public Laboratory, and Eureka City Water and Wastewater Laboratories, as well as the Fortuna City Wastewater Treatment Plants. During the December 31st storms, EMP reported to drinking water, the regional boards, and dozens of sanitary sewer overflows going on due to flooding with the highest concentrations in the Bay Area. If necessary, a wastewater facility was contacted and assistance was found if necessary. Through EMP assistance, the city of Rio Dell was able to get mutual aid assistance to their sanitary sewer overflow from the Eureka Wastewater Treatment Plant personnel. EMP has been closely monitoring weather conditions and impacts from the recent atmospheric river event. This is forecasted for the remainder of the week, and there's another atmospheric river event that's anticipated for next week. The current storm events report a moderate to high chance of debris flow and mudslides. EMP continues to monitor this closely. EMP and the water boards are available to provide technical expertise and guidance on priority areas for emergency slope stabilization, appropriate water quality BMPs to prevent further sedimentation and erosion that could cause additional debris flow and runoff to surface waters. EMP continues to participate in the winter storm briefings and shares data with the state and regional water boards for situational awareness. Situational awareness is critical to mobilizing a rapid, efficient, and effective emergency response to disasters and aids response agencies in making informed decisions about the rapidly evolving situations. I also wanted to point out that these storms are going to be more intense than the ones that we saw on December 31st, and that I highly recommend that folks pay attention to the weather, stay safe, and this is a great time to charge your devices, try to stay away from driving, all of these things. So be safe. And that's the end of my report, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rees. I can't imagine not having your office, and knowing that it's one of the more newer ones, just really proud of the leadership and work that's gone on these last years to be able to ensure that we have better integration in this emergency response components, both for wildfire, drought, flood, the whole gambit, and knowing that it really is to better serve and benefit what is really that critical local response, and knowing that we have just thousands of water systems on the wastewater and drinking water side, and having a better resource that's centralized here so that we can better mobilize our expertise and the protection of public health and water quality, which especially in these flood events with the sewer overflows and otherwise just becomes really front of mind, is just really appreciated. Just thank you for you and your team. I know it's it's not an over-resourced team like so many of ours, but incredibly proud, pound for pound, the work that's being done in that office. So thank you for that leadership. Any questions from any colleagues on emergency response? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I think one note on my end, it should be emergency management program. So I'll retitle that slide. I had mistakenly called it emergency response. So we'll change that before the presentation is posted.
Thank you.
Let's jump to watershed specific updates. Next slide, please. In the Bay Delta, curtailments are suspended through today. We will have another announcement out today. We wanted to wait for some of the hydrology to emerge a little bit more clearly. We will be continuing the suspension for some time. part of the calculation is how long can we continue it for based on the data we have. We do anticipate extending it for quite some time. We did have a workshop on November 9th to review the water unavailability methodology and a proposed revision to it. We are working on updating a report that goes along with that, and that should be out shortly for the public to review and view. And we do anticipate holding another staff workshop potentially in February 2023 to go through some additional details on the unavailability methodology. Next slide, please. In Mill and Deer Creek, flows have been above the 50 CFS minimum since the in-stream flow requirements kicked in October. And again, clearly with the hydrology we're having, they're significantly above 50 CFS and will be for quite some time. Next slide, please. In the Russian River, there's no curtailments currently through January 16th. Again, we do anticipate that that's likely to be extended. The voluntary water sharing program did expire December 31st, based on the agreement that the parties came to. The steering committee is preparing a retrospective report and discussing improvements for 2023. One note, the FERC variance ended in Lake Pillsbury. The release of water from Lake Pillsbury to the Russian River was about 5 CFS until Lake Pillsbury recovered above 36,000 acre feet, at which point it kicked up to about 45 CFS. Now, again, with the hydrology, flows at this point are much higher than that, but the variance is ended for the time being. Next slide, please. A couple of slides similar to what we saw for the Delta watershed. The black line is current water year, so you can see a significant uptick, about 12,000 acre feet in storage over the last couple of days. And again, with forecasts, it looks like that's going to increase even further. Flows at Healdsburg are about 2,600. This again was as of a couple of days ago and likely to increase significantly over the next couple of days again. Next slide, please. And then in Lake Sonoma is still significantly lower than kind of the long-term trend. And while there's been, again, a very significant uptick in the last couple of days, still significantly below where it could be, about 50% or less of kind of that blue line, water year 2020. Next slide, please. In the Scott and Shasta, all curtailments are suspended in the Scott through, again, today. We do anticipate extending that for another period. Right now, flows in the Scott are about 600 CFS. The peak flows observed, I think on December 31st, were about 3,700 CFS. So there was a big uptick during the peak of the rainstorm. This current atmospheric river that we're experiencing, just based on the wind trajectory, does look like the precipitation will be more intense towards the north. And so we do anticipate increased flows in this river system again. In the Shasta River, all curtailments are temporarily suspended. A little bit longer in this watershed, going through at least March 2023. Right now, flows in the Shasta, I have to look at my notes, are about 160 CFS. That's significantly lower, but a lot of water is being put into storage in Dwinelle, Lake Shastina. So there's still significant flow there, but putting it into storage for later in the year. And if we continue to get these storms again, we do anticipate additional increases. For a reminder, the in-stream flow requirement is 125 at this time of the year. Next slide, please. So a few graphics showing kind of where flows are relative to the duration of the curtailments. And you can see the blue line in the Scott River shooting way up above the 1,000 CFS over the last couple of days. And if we go to the next slide, you can see even in the Shasta, it's shooting up above the kind of general in-stream flow requirements over the last 2 years or so. Next slide. A few other things to note in the division. If we go to the next slide again. In Mono Lake, we already heard a public comment from Mr. McQuilkin. The State Water Board did receive a letter from the Mono Lake Committee on December 16th requesting emergency actions to address lake level. The board is currently reviewing the letter and considering next steps. For people that are interested, we do have a kind of revised website and a LIRIS list or an email distribution list where we'll be sending out other information reminders. And so if you want to stay informed, suggesting people go visit that webpage and subscribe to the Mono Lake information email list. And next slide. There was also a public comment related to effort on the Clear Lake Hitch, and as a little bit more background, Division and Office of Chief Counsel staff attended a summit in Lakeport on December 8th. That summit was convened by a number of tribes and CDFW. It also included representatives from the Department of Water Resources, Fish and Game Commission, CDFW, Fish and Wildlife Services, and Region 5, amongst others. The general topic of the summit was to focus on the condition of the hitch and a lot of background in science and data showing just plummeting population levels. The board and specifically the division and OCC are actively engaging with water users and others in the watershed to try and keep water in streams over the next couple of months, specifically focused on February through April. We've convened a number of, at this point, phone calls, but we're starting to schedule in-person meetings. We'll have some listening sessions that we're planning to set up in the next month or so. And then we've also dedicated or agreed to dedicate some enforcement staff to make sure that there's no illegal diversions, to work in coordination with both the tribes and CDFW and others to look at both, kind of non-cannabis and cannabis-related water uses in the watersheds. And in a broad kind of overview, we'll be reaching out to other water users to see if we can come up with voluntary actions to keep water in the streams over the next couple of months. We don't yet have a website stood up, but we're hoping by the end of this week we will. That will also have an email distribution list that goes with it. We do have an email, clearlakehitch@waterboards.ca.gov. And if anyone's interested in getting additional updates when we start to schedule these meetings and have them a little bit more locked down, please send us an email. That's clearlakehitch, all one word, @waterboards.ca.gov. And we'll make sure to include you on that LIRIS list when it is available. Next slide, please. So this is going to kind of seem like a kind of a random jump, and we put this together when hydrology is a little bit different, although I think it's actually more pertinent now. A quick overview of transfers. We've had kind of a record number of transfers over the last couple of years. Last year, we received 32 petitions. We processed 31, one is still pending. Those covered 69 water rights for a total of, I think that's 523,900 acre feet of transfers. About 350,000 of that is the consolidated place of use between the State Water Project and Central Valley Project. But there's still a fair amount of other non-CVP, SWP transfers as well. You can see a number were withdrawn, a number were approved. We didn't deny any. Next slide, please. We wanted to flag the transfers now because there's a new optional transfer process available starting this year. This was legislation sponsored by Arambula, and it basically offers a streamlined noticing pathway for those potential transferees that want to take this process. And basically, we think it's about 10 days faster and eliminates newspaper postings and certain mailings. I'll run through in the next slide what that process looks like. We have a web update and fact sheet coming. They should be available again by the end of the week. And the old process, again, remains available, but the old process does usually take a little bit longer and require a bit more work by the transferee. Next slide, please. What does the new process look like? By January 31st, you need to submit an intent to transfer to the State Water Board. You need to provide water right ID, transfer type, and your email contact. By the middle of February, then the board would announce a list of intended transfers on its website. By March 1st, interested parties would identify concerns and give their email contact and opportunities for parties to share information and resolve issues. Essentially, it's identifying potential objections and other related concerns upfront in advance of kind of working through some of those processes in a back and forth method later in the year. Then finally, the petition submittal. The petition is noticed online and through email, but there's no hard copy noticing. And the 30-day notice starts upon submittal of the complete petition. So again, we do think it saves about 10 days, which may not seem like a lot, but in certain kind of high priority situations or events, that can be pretty meaningful. And it does result in a significant decrease in kind of the administrative burden on both the board and the transferee later in the process. Next slide, please. So I think that wraps it up for the division. We can pause for questions here if there are any, or we can go turn it over to our colleagues in financial assistance.
Thank you. I know there's a lot going on there, and appreciate the gloss on transfers, and I know that there's what also is in the queue and being processed are applications for groundwater recharge given the conditions that we have. I'll note for folks that are out there, if you're looking to put an application in now for this season, you're a bit late. And it's why, not unlike the noticing here and the need to be able to flag the transfers by the end of January here for us for an appropriate and condensed process. Same with applications or permits, rather, applications for groundwater recharge at the board, and need to really be timely processed here so that they're ready when we're in conditions now, not trying to quickly get them through. So appreciate that there's a lot going on at the division. And just thank you.
Well, thank you.
Looking to see if any colleagues have any questions. Yes, please.
Yeah, and I know there's public comment around the hitch issue. So I just wanted to ask while we just went over that slide, could you touch on any efforts that we already anticipate or see regarding kind of monitoring and data collection and evaluation that may be going on?
Yeah, well, we are very interested in gathering more data. It was one of the issues kind of flagged at the summit, that while we do have a good body of data and a lot of it collected by the tribes and others, we don't have necessarily the full set of data on stream flows that we'd like to have. So we're working in collaboration with tribes, Department of Water Resources, to see if we can get some either temporary gauges in place or maybe reactivation of gauges. Those are ongoing conversations. So I don't have a specific, concrete, this is what we're going to do yet. Although as we start to develop that, we can come back with that information. And then I think the other bit of information that we do and are actively working on is looking at existing water rights and seeing, who's reported what, are they keeping up with the metering and measurement requirements that were passed back in 2015-16? Are they reporting timely, or do we need some information, potentially looking at additional regulatory actions, e.g. an information order, to get better data, more timely data, or forecast data? A lot of it is difficult to forecast in advance because the water use during February, March in particular appears to be for frost protection, and you can't forecast that more than a couple days in advance. That adds to a challenge, but making sure that we have a good understanding of stream flows and kind of real-time stream information is, I think, one of the key things we're looking to do over the next couple of months.
Great, thank you. And just building on that, are there studies already or work already looking at interface between groundwater and surface water flows, at least right along the river?
There are some studies. I'd have to turn it over to some of our technical staff, and maybe some of the comments that we may see in a couple minutes could provide additional detail. It is a good question.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, board member, and looking forward to hearing from the tribe and those that have traveled here. Okay, and let's quickly then continue through our updates here so that we can get to comments.
I had a question on the.
Oh, yes, please, Vice Chair.
Pardon me. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Ekdahl, I know that you had some outreach to CDFA, but just want to make sure on the ag piece, I think that it would it would be helpful to do as much outreach as possible with State Farm Bureau, local Farm Bureau, maybe California Association of Wine Grape Growers or other organizations. And I'm just thinking that, you know, with respect to lessons learned in other watersheds like the Russian River, on coordination and, you know, trying to get information out to some of the growers so that they can better understand, you know, small things that they can collectively do that could make a difference. And I know that you were reaching out to CDFA already, but just wanted to, again, raise the possibility of certain individuals that could, you know, help the conversations.
Absolutely. We've already scheduled a meeting with the Lake County Farm Bureau and have reached out to some individual growers. In fact, we have a meeting scheduled for later this afternoon with some of them and are really starting to engage that process right now. We have reached out to CDFA and do plan on incorporating them with as many of our outreach activities as we can.
Great. And then the other question is, I know we've seen some information just sort of internally on this, but is there anything, you've got the website for people to fill out to continue to receive information, but is there a flyer or a fact sheet that you have on this?
Not yet. And again, we're hoping by the next couple of days, we'll have more information in the website up and available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you again, Mr. Ekdahl. I think next we can go to the Division of Drinking Water.
Although actually there may be one last slide here on dry wells. Again, a number of dry wells reported in December, actually an increase relative to 2021. We continue to track and coordinate with Department of Water Resources and others and the Emergency Management Program on ensuring safe drinking water is provided through replacement needs where we can. I'll just leave it at that for now. Next slide, please.
I'm not sure if we have anyone on from the Division of Drinking Water. And so we may move on to Division of Financial Assistance. Mr. Pavlicek.
Works for me. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and fellow members of the board. My name is Matt Pavlicek. I'm a senior engineering geologist with the Division of Financial Assistance, and today I will be providing a brief update on drought funding. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes our drought funding activities since July 1st of 2021. So far, we've committed funding to 9 urgent drinking water needs projects and 22 emergency repair projects through Self-Help Enterprises emergency program for a combined total of $3.5 million. We have 3 new countywide or regional funding programs that have been approved for a total of $3.1 million. And we've added $41.4 million to our existing regional programs with other partners. Overall, we have funded interim solutions for 30 communities specifically related to drought issues, providing assistance to over 41,000 people. And in addition, since July 1st of 2021, we have funded 58 drought resiliency projects totaling $396 million. Next slide, please. So this map shows the State Water Board funded existing regional and statewide programs that could help with drought response for services such as well repair and replacement or bottled and hauled water assistance. There's currently about $75 million in funding available under these programs. And additionally, we have technical assistance being provided across the state through a number of agreements with various technical assistance partners or providers. And these agreements could also potentially assist with drought-related issues, and there's still approximately $54 million remaining under those agreements. Next slide, please. This slide shows the current number of households enrolled under our regional programs that provide bottled water, hauled water, point of use and point of entry treatment, and well repair or replacement services. And the number of households shown only represents a snapshot of current enrollees, and the total number of households which have received these services is higher over the course of the programs. Next slide, please. So for today, I wanted to highlight an emergency project for Balico Community Services District, which is located southeast of the city of Turlock. The water system serves about 238 people through 13 residential connections, or sorry, 73 residential connections. The community's well pump failed at the end of July of 2022, which left the community without a source of water. The CSD implemented a temporary emergency connection with Balico School to restore water service for sanitation needs, and the school's irrigation well supplied water to the CSD for several months. A fire hose was also connected to the school's irrigation well and was used to service one of the district's fire hydrants. Residents received bottled water from the Merced County Fire Department while the emergency repairs were completed, and the CSD well was reported to be back online and in good condition as of September of last year. On October 21st, DFA approved the request for an emergency grant for just under $81,000 from the Self-Help Emergency Fund program, and the funding was approved to reimburse the work that was completed by the system while responding to the emergency. And the emergency funding also paid for bacteriological sampling that was necessary to bring the well back online. Next slide, please. I also wanted to highlight a drought resiliency project. This was for Guernsey Avenue Mutual Water Company. Water system serves 25 people through 13 service connections and is a severely disadvantaged community. This was a consolidation project with the city of Red Bluff. The Division of Financial Assistance and the city of Red Bluff entered into a funding agreement to provide just over $484,000 in funding for a project to construct an extension of the water main from the city of Red Bluff to Guernsey Avenue Mutual Water Company. The project consisted of approximately 640 feet of 6-inch pipeline, 700 feet of 1-inch water service line, and 13 water meters to connect each customer. And the project is anticipated to be complete in February of this year. Next slide, please. Lastly, these are just some links to various drought funding resources, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Pavlicek. Yeah, even here in the middle of potential flood flights, still drought is front of mind and the support, and here continuing to ensure that we're providing that resiliency to communities as we prepare for the summer, which will inevitably be upon us. So thank you. Appreciate it. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. One follow-up question. Just looking back at the slide 38, I think, on the dry wells and comparing that to where we have emergency response programs. Looks like there's some hot spots up in Northern California, including up by the border, where it looks like we probably don't have at least county-specific projects. I'm wondering if you know if whether it's RCAC or other emergency response programs that we or other agencies are funding are able to address those needs up in Northern California where they may not be covered by.
Yeah, so RCAC does have their dry well replacement program. Obviously, it's pretty well subscribed because it is a statewide program. So certainly there would be a need for additional partner agencies on our end to help step up to fund that work in the northern portion of the state. We do know Siskiyou County has been exploring applying for funding. And then we did just recently receive an application from Glenn County that's quite expansive. They have a lot of dry well impacts. They've been working with DWR on water hauling and some consolidation efforts as possible, but there's still some significant need there. And then we also are aware that Butte County is also working on applications. I know those aren't all the way up towards the border, but still in the kind of hot spot of that dry well area and whatnot as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pavlicek. I think that may bring us to the end of presentations. And so just thank everyone for those. And now would like to shift over into comment and would like to first call up Sarah Ryan to perhaps introduce for us, I know what will be a slate of speakers here. And just good morning. I know that conditions aren't ideal out, so I appreciate you traveling all this way to Sacramento this morning.
Good morning, and thank you. I was expecting to be number 3 on the list, so recalibrate here.
Yeah, no, sorry about that. Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you. My name is Sarah Ryan. I'm the environmental director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. And thank you for allowing us to be here and commenting during this drought update. I'm joined by other members, elders, and young people, and also tribal leadership from the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, both online and in person. And I know that there are members of at least one other tribe from the Clear Lake region. We're here to talk about the Clear Lake Hitch as connected to the drought, but also to introduce the board members to that topic. I'm really glad to be following that very thorough presentation by Eric and his colleagues. We met Eric during the December 8th summit that he mentioned. And that summit, that Clear Lake Hitch Emergency Summit, came about because the tribes had been bringing up at a kind of a louder and louder voice that we have some serious problems with the Clear Lake Hitch. They are an endemic species of Clear Lake, which the surveying numbers of the USGS folks and also our scientists are showing that these numbers are plummeting. During the summit and also prior to, we talked about water rights and water usage. I know that the Water Board's mission is to be preserving water quantity and water quality, and we have noted that over the years that that has not been happening in the Clear Lake watershed, and because of that, we've lost species. The Clear Lake splittail went extinct, and it spawned in the creeks, the tributaries of Clear Lake, earlier than the Clear Lake Hitch or the Chai. So we're bringing people today to introduce that topic to you. We at Big Valley, we are doing monitoring and measuring of the water quantity. We've got sonic water level indicators in wells that are alongside some of the creeks. We've got pressure transducers in Adobe Creek. We focus on Adobe Creek because that is the creek where the Clear Lake Hitch are in the otolith study from U.S. Fish and Wildlife, USGS, showed that the majority of the Clear Lake Hitch were connected to Adobe Creek. That creek runs through the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians traditional territories, and our members are out there eating and sustaining their lives over millennia for Clear Lake Hitch and other spawning species. It's important to take a good hard look at water usage, especially since drought seems to be the new normal. I know you have a water rights systems where people have to report their usage, but as has been mentioned, it's important to check up on that to see if it's been over allocated. There are no gauges in Adobe Creek, and that was one of our asks during the summit, that it be gauged again, and to also work with our modeling efforts that modeling and monitoring efforts that the tribes are doing. We've had to do too many hitch rescues. We've had too many fish and other native species in the watershed disappear over the years because of poor land management and poor water management. So we're asking you to think outside the box and continue to build on this collaboration that we think has started because of the summit, which is now we're having meetings with State Department of Water Resources, CDFW, and the State Water Resources Control Board, which is a really exciting thing to do because we're finding that the silos that exist because of our own responsibilities that we have to do has led to a lack of communication between the agencies, and therefore let things happen that probably shouldn't have happened. We're experiencing a lot of water right now. It's fantastic. We're really happy about that. But most of it is going to go to Yolo County because they were able to get the water rights from the Clear Lake watershed. The tribes were never consulted. This might be rectified in the future. But we lose water to these different uses that have been prioritized over the environment and over sustenance and subsistence foods of the initial and original peoples of this land. So we're asking you to think outside the box. We'd like this to be agendized on a future water board's meeting to have a thorough discussion of the Clear Lake Hitch. And we want you to know that we're interested in collaborating with the other entities around there to make sure that during the spawning season, which is basically February to April or later, that there's enough water for the fry to make it back to Clear Lake. That's what we're missing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan, and I really appreciate the real incredible leadership from the tribes that have elevated this discussion. I know I wasn't able to attend the summit. I was really glad Mr. Ekdahl was able to for us, and really start to unpack the opportunities to do something in this year and then also the longer term needs. They're very similar to so many of the watersheds that we've been talking about here, where it's really about how do we better strike this balance. And so I know we won't have extensive comment in response to some of what we'll hear, because we do want to preserve that real discussion for an agendized item, but just acknowledge here, importantly, just the leadership that has brought and elevated the issue, and look forward to hearing from the elders and others that have gathered here about the importance of the hitch and some ideas on how we can continue to work together in this space. But acknowledge the request for agendized item. I agree that if we're really going to have a discussion around the hitch, we need that so that we have the biological agencies here, we have everyone to really build on the momentum that the summit provided. And as you heard, I think there's some initial work that we're already doing to that extent, and look forward to figuring out how we continue to do right by this challenging but a critical issue for the tribe. So just thank you. Next, Mr. Briones, I'll put you a little lower into the speaking rank only because we did hear from you this morning already and want to provide space for folks that are here in the room. So I'll next call Joe Weber, who will be followed by Ron Montes Sr., and then Luis Santana. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Joe Weber. I'm a Big Valley Tribal member and Housing Committee for Big Valley. I live on the Rancheria on the shores of Clear Lake. My family are the Hopper clan. My relationship with the hitch is symbiotic. For 18 years, I've been harvesting hitch. Studies show within 3 to 5 years, the hitch will be gone. What we need to understand is that Clear Lake is the only place in the world the hitch live. When the hitch run, it's a big event due to the fact that it's seasonal, which means we catch for substance consumption. We dry the hitch ourselves, so the elders and us can eat through till next season. The hitch is not just a source of substance, but a part of our culture. My Aunt Genevieve Hopper and my Uncle Nelson Hopper talk about the families go out and harvest the hitch. They share their knowledge with the hitch with us. How families work together, how to fillet, salt, and dry them so we can store them and eat them later on that year. I have fond memories with my brothers and sisters and our kids in the water working together to bring back the hitch to our moms and aunts. Soon I'll be at that age where I will not be able to go. My kids will have to, because I don't know if my grandkids will have the opportunity to harvest this hitch. I won't be able to carry on these traditions. With your help, we will. This is why I come before you, to ask for your support, to make sure Clear Lake Natives' source of substance and culture will carry on. The support can be as easy as keeping data of wells and water usage, regulating watersheds from the creek due to the 5-year drought, need to be in the mix and connect to this land. Working with grape growers and vineyards that can divert the waters when needed, when the hitch run. We pass our knowledge from the hitch from family to family. We are the original stewards of the land. Help us make sure our children have a future with the hitch. It's not just a fish you'll be saving. It's a tradition, a healthy way of life for Clear Lake Natives. Don't let the hitch go extinct on your watch. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Next, I'd like to call up Ron Montes Sr., who will be followed by Luis Santana.
Good morning, Board, and all of those who are in these chambers today. My name is Ronald Montez Sr. I'm a 73-year-old tribal elder of the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, and I'm also the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer that is carrying the weight of our culture, our language, our ceremonies, our history, and providing that source of information from my generation to those who are below. One of those topics that I share a lot about is the topic of our hitch. Because in my day, and I grew up in the 50s and 60s, tribal people have always been at the bottom of the ladder in value to the state of California as well as the United States. We're still at the bottom. We were chosen to be exterminated by the first governor of this state of California. And we have not progressed a whole lot since then in the eyes of the people and the departments of government that have jurisdiction over our livelihoods, our rights. And so Hitch was a source of food because our Native men could not find work because we were looked down upon. The only work we had was to travel and pick fruit and nuts and berries wherever it was possible. And so our whole families would pack up and go. And I remember those days of picking hops and blackberries and prunes and walnuts and apricots and cherries and apples and pears so that I could buy, so that we could survive. And so one of the main staples we had was our fish, our chai, our hitch, because it was provided for us, we believe, by Creator. It was only found in our lake. And our ancestors and their ancestors lived on it for over up to 25,000 years. And it was a time of memory and of feeling like I was part and productive part of my family as we went out to collect these fish that would run and come up the little canals or in the creeks and out into the farmers' fields by the hundreds and thousands. And it was a call that would go out on our rancherias. Chai is running, the chai. So we'd all jump in our trucks, cars, or however, and grab our buckets and sacks. And the whole family, aunties, uncles, kids, grandpas and grandmas would go out to these areas that we could go and harvest fish, and a lot of them were on private property. And so we couldn't go to those, so we found the places that we could. And that became a source of food that lasted us for months upon months. And it was a community event, a family event, a cultural event to help us sustain our lives. We were brought to the place where we'd only have welfare money on the 1st and the 15th of every month, and it was not enough to cover food costs. So we ate the very bare minimum that would sustain our lives and relied upon our skills as fishermen in the lake and as hunters and as gatherers of acorns and other nuts and berries. You may seem like that's something you would read in a history book, but I'm only 73 and I lived it. It's here. We're still doing that today. There are still people who can't find work and still eating the fish from this lake, which our lake is polluted. We know there's a great problem there with lots of different things that happened because of the quicksilver mines that was on one end of the lake. And then also all for the things that were added to the lake or not reported, and the effect it had on our food sources, our tules around the lake. We can't eat those because in those tules now are other chemicals that would harm our kids and myself. And now the fish that we lived upon in the lake, and we'd trap them and catch them, they are too much mercury, so we can't eat them. It was our staple. Sometimes that was all we had, was what I would go out and catch, and we'd cook that, and that was what our meal was. And so now, because of the drought conditions and because of all the different land uses that have come in, we again have been put down at the bottom of the rung. And our food source, which we have relied upon for all of my years, is coming to the point where this next run may be its last run, and there will be no more hitch. And even the memories and that teaching from generation to generation, it will be gone because we don't have that resource anymore. And so these items that seem very minute, listening to all the reports of the water and all the problems and the forecasts that happens in all the watersheds in California and the sister states, it makes ours look so small, but yet it touches deep within our culture and who we are. And it impacts us to places that only us who have experienced it know. And for us to communicate that to you is some of the hardest things we have to say, because it doesn't sound real sometimes, but it is very real. And so this is not just a species that may not be here. It has links and history and roots into the very fiber of the Pomo people that surround that lake. All 7 tribes, Lake County, Mendocino County, Sonoma County, and Sacramento Valley would come there for that hitch run, and they all would go back to have that food source. And as the years progressed and progressed, that food source got smaller and smaller. And now we're to the point where we're not talking tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. We're talking less than 25. We're talking in the numbers that seems so insignificant to all those that don't know. But to us who do know, this is very serious to us and very important. As an elder who has lived it and experienced it and have communicated to my people from generation to generation that how important it is. And I would ask that you would see through my eyes for just a moment today and catch my heart and know that it is deeper than what we can perceive. And it ties in with who we are as a people. We are a Pomo people who is in touch with our water, our land, our trees, our animals, the bushes, the food source, the acorns. It's real. It's not just a story from Hollywood. And it is today in 2023. So I encourage you to really hear and take to heart what I'm saying and the rest of my fellow tribal members and family and all those who will speak up for this important issue to us. Thank you for your time.
More importantly, thank you for yours, Mr. Montes, for coming here before the board and importantly communicating in a way that I certainly heard. And although the hitch may be a relatively small fish, this isn't a small issue. And just really appreciate your words and thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Luis Santana.
Good morning. My name is Luis Santana. I work for Robinson Rancheria, Pomo Indians in California. I work with Big Valley a lot. So I'm a fisheries biologist, and I also am able to work with CDFW and USGS on all their projects whenever they come into the county. But on top of that, I also explore our tributaries into the lake quite often. So I've been able to see when any of the creeks go dry. So last April, we were tasked to do a fish rescue in Adobe Creek, and it was led by tribes, CDFW, in the county. And when we were in there, most of the creeks in the Big Valley Basin, so this is on the south end of the lake, they were dry at Highway 29, or not Highway 29, Soda Bay Road, and that's less than a mile from the lake. And this was during our rescue events. So at some point, the creeks were high enough for the hitch to make it up pretty far. And so there was a lot of successful spawning, but the problem with the successful spawning is the eggs that remained in that spawning went dry when the creeks started going low because of groundwater pumping. And when the eggs don't go dry, the juveniles go dry. So the fish don't just spawn in the creek and then they're immediately in the lake. No, they make their way down. They take their time to make their way down. And science shows that, typically they can make it in 2 weeks, and that's probably because of high flows due to whatever kind of runoff. But last year we did a fish rescue in August. And so that's 4 months after what the spawning season is. And this fish rescue was literally in like a pool of mud. And I don't know how those fish survived. But that was the case just last year. So who knows what was happening in years prior. So during this rescue, there was a rain event in May. So me and Ben Ewing, the CDFW district biologist, were like, we don't really have to touch these pools because it's going to rain. So one of these events, so I'm 6'2", and one of the pools that we said are fine, we probably don't have to do a fish rescue, was right around here. So right around 5 feet. So in those pools, when we're using backpack electrofishers, it's dangerous. So you can't go into those pools. So we said this pool will be good for another week, probably 2 weeks. And so we decided, okay, we're not going to come back there. And we estimated right around 30 adult hitch in that pool. So I went back a couple of days later because I was doing a different kind of habitat mapping. I think it was 4 days later, and that pool was completely dry and there's no more hitch. And so that was like 4 days. So in 4 days, a pool that was 5 feet deep was completely gone. And that weekend, I actually took my daughter to the park. And as we were going through Big Valley, I took Soda Bay Road to the park. As we were going through Big Valley, all the vineyards were watering for frost protection, and it wasn't frosting. I don't know how cold it was, but it wasn't very close to 32 degrees. I'm suspecting mid 40s, maybe low 40s. But every single vineyard had their sprinklers on. And then a couple days later is when I went and saw that pool that it was completely dry. It was completely gone. And, I've been fortunate enough to be able to work with USGS and CDFW. And USGS's work is actually what has been helping us a lot. And they first started doing that monitoring in 2014, 2015. And in their initial study, there was still a good amount of water. So they were getting a few hundred hitch in their sampling. And then as the years progressed, they've been going down lower and lower and lower. In 2020, because of the pandemic, they didn't do anything. But in 2021, I forget the number. I think they got 42 adult hitch. In the first sampling event, they got 254, I believe. And so it went down to 42. And then this last summer in June, well, last spring, we got 6, 4 adults and 2 juveniles. So the data has proven that there is no juvenile recruitment. So that means is the juveniles aren't surviving to adulthood. And it's been documented in the past that irrigation has a lot to do with the dying runs of hitch, and that's because the creeks are going dry. There is lake spawning fishes, but we know that they're in the creeks, and if the creeks are healthy, the fish runs are healthy, and the creeks aren't healthy, and they haven't been healthy for a long time. So what we want is for the creeks to be, relatively healthy. So if there is a successful spawn and they are rearing, and in the case that we do have to do a rescue, we could go in there and get them out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Santana. Appreciate your time and comments and continued work on this issue. Next, I'd like to call up Jamie Boggs.
Morning.
Good morning.
It's an honor to be here today to speak in front of you all. My name is Jaime Boggs. I am a member of the Robinson Rancheria. I'm also a elected official of the Rancheria, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the water. Our original water base was called Habatin, and that was given to me by my grandfather. It felt carried on by his mother. And so as tribal people, we understand the significance of water. We understand the value of our bodies made up of water. And we understand that water is at risk all throughout this nation. But we're here to speak on behalf of Clear Lake today and the importance of the fish in the water, the vegetation that surround the water, and how it has impacted us as tribal people, as cultural people, as spiritual people. We're no longer able to sustain ourselves as cultural people. And it's because of the low water levels that are impacting us today. And so I just want to bring that to your attention, that our culture is one still happening today in this new millennium. It hasn't gone anywhere. With all the impacts of all the people that had come here, these things still happen today. We still use the resources from the water in our culture, in our tradition. We're no longer able to eat the vegetation that surround Clear Lake because of all the pollution to the water. So it's not safe for us to do that. The chai that I had the honor to experience as a child, and through my grandmother and grandfather, they would take me to the creeks and we would harvest fish. We're not able to do that any longer because the fish simply aren't there. So there was also a cultural fact in that we would trade with the coastal people. We would harvest fish in the springtime and we would go over to the coast and we would trade with the Pomo over there. And we would not only trade, but we would celebrate because it was a good time of replenishing the earth. And we would celebrate by song, dance, traditional values. We would come home and we would dry fish out and we would sustain ourselves throughout the year on that dried fish and wait for the next spring to come. So I think it's important for you to understand the value of the chai, the hitch for us and why we want to protect that. And so I'm just here simply to give that testimony to you. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you hearing us. I encourage a meeting with you to meet with the 7 different bands Pomo people on the shores of Clear Lake, come and meet with us and interact with us. And, we're always open to that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Boggs, for raising your voice and the invitation and we'll definitely be taking you up on that. So thank you. We have a couple more commenters that were marked as speak if necessary. Chris McLeod, and who will be followed, and I believe this is our last commenter. And if there's anyone who hasn't commented, just please come up to the podium as well, but Alex Tyler.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Chris McLeod. I am the tribal treasurer of Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. We are here today speaking on behalf of our lake, Clear Lake. As you all know, the state is in a horrible position when it comes to the drought. The tributaries the creeks are running dry before the important spawning run that happens between February and May. And as Luis said, even longer. So we're here asking you for any type of assistance that you could help us with. As was stated by Mr. Eric Erkdahl, we did have an emergency hitch summit, and we had a lot of important people were there and present. Big Valley hosted that meeting. It was a great turnout to see everybody collaborating and working together. During that meeting, we had discussed that we should have invited you guys as well. My apologies for that. You will be invited in the next one. During that meeting, the discussion of putting the chai on the endangered species list, as it is already listed with the state, we're working with the federal government and asking them for that and it being petitioned. It was also brought to our attention that the drought, not just the spawning, is one of the major impacts. There's a lot of illegal diversions happening in Lake County through cannabis grows, and nobody's monitoring it over there. So we're asking for them to help start implementing some monitoring services. We are also having issues with the vineyard users. They don't monitor any of their water usage. They're mostly off of wells. There's no monitoring going there, and we're asking that you implement some monitoring on those vineyard users, and maybe put some mandates on them that they have to follow like the rest of the world does. We don't understand why they seem to get a clean slate to be able to drain the water all around us without any repercussions on them. They just keep sucking it dry. We all know that wine is not a necessity, and water is. Obviously, you all know that because I'm in front of the water board, not the wine board. I know that there are some talks about curtailments. I'm not going to pretend that I fully understand what that means or how to even ask for that. I'm the tribal treasurer, so my specialty is finance. But I'm here to ask if that's a possibility. Can we start talking about those things? Can you ask for no new well drilling in Lake County? Can you stop them from any new wells? Is that a possibility? Is there any way to work with, and I know that there has been some broadcasts going on the local station, radio station in Lake County, and there's been discussions about our emergency summit that we had, and there was a lot of vineyard owners that called in, and they're very upset. They think that we are a bunch of hippies that are just trying to stop them from their financial gains. And that's not what we're about. We're not trying to harm anybody else in their livelihoods and in their life and the way that they make, a life for themselves. We just want them to participate. Sometimes making people be more accountable for what their actions are helps them to understand. We're going to invite them as well to our next meetings, so that they can understand that we're not out to get them. We're trying to save a species from dying. And so we're wondering if you guys can, because of the water, can you ask them to find other ways of frost protection? I know my uncle has a vineyard in Windsor. I grew up there. I worked that vineyard. I know that he had heaters. He used heaters during the frost and fans. So they don't have to use water for frost protection. So if somebody can tell them to stop doing that, just especially during the season of the spawn, that would be amazing. That would help significantly. I'm also here to ask if there's any financial assistance to offer the Lake County vineyard owners if they participate, or I know that's what they care about. We know they only care about money, so financial assistance may increase their interest to care. I come here today with an open heart and an open mind, and I'm humbly asking you for your assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McLeod. Appreciate, again, you raising your voice. And to the questions that you asked, we won't be able to provide a direct answer now, but I appreciate the items. And again, I think what we want to do is better convene and figure out what can be done. And so just thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Alex Tyler, who will then be followed by Fred Briones. Oh, and I apologize. Before we go to Alex Tyler, is there anyone else in the room that hasn't had an opportunity to speak that would like to do so? And if so, we can take you now before going to our last commenters on the platform. Okay, then we can go to Alex Tyler.
Hello, my name is Alex Tyler, and I am the Water Resources Program Manager for Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. I have not really worked for the tribe very long, coming up on like almost 2 years, just about 2 years in July, so 1.5 years at this point. And in that 1.5 years, I've been a part of 2 hitch rescues, one quite substantial, with them rescuing up to, I want to say 300 hitch and returning them to the lake. And I was there to collect the dead hitch to send off for fish analysis for various things. I just like to put that out there that that's not a normal thing to walk into a job and in, less than 2 years have to deal with like hundreds of fish stranded in creeks that, like Louise said, are about 1 mile away, less than 1 mile away from the mouth of Clear Lake. So yeah, that's really, I don't have really much more to say than that. I thank everyone for being here and thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk.
Thank you, Ms. Tyler. Appreciate your participation and voice here. And then like to go back to Fred Briones.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
I just wanted to comment there that we heard a lot of good points made by our members with the hitch. And I just want to remind how the state here really draws the line between urban water usage and agriculture. But I have to ask, as the basket weaver and the hunter, what about the animals? What about the wetlands? And it's very sad that we're in this position now where you see where wine, gold is outweighed for flesh in this whole big picture here. And the tribes were really just about sustaining our way of life, to preserve our way of life. For that has existed for 10,000 years. So as you see the populations decline, I have to ask this water board, where we heard it say that water into wine, why cannot we subpoena some of these wineries, such as Beckenstoffer, who has been on the television several times? It owns wineries, vineyards in our traditional areas of Sonoma, Lake, Napa. Let's bring him in, the one on the TV, and let's subpoena him and question him and remind him that's been there for 10,000 years. And when it does disappear, a form of restitution has to be paid now to uphold social justice during this time where tribes' resources have always been extracted, from the gold to the land to the people and now the water into wine. So my question is, this industry now, the water supports this industry of billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars. I think it's only fair that the tribe for 10,000 years deserves 100 billion in restitution for all resources. So for future meetings do come about. I could foresee this, a restitution. All the tribes, 7 tribes around the lake, by these vineyard owners, these agriculture, and also just again the systemic racism within the state, where the treaties, please acknowledge the treaties. I heard that today for Lake Mead, those dams, they have a history of agriculture where those dams built in the early 20s and 30s, they are under covering up old Indian villages. So our positioning, the sorrowness that we feel when we see those dams are asked to remove those dams, like Adobe Creek Dam. There was an old village there, and you tried to capture on the graph the fluctuations of the levels, but you cannot predict it. There again, spirit reveals itself to us. And underneath there, those are people, our family, underneath those reservoirs. Please, please, it's a cultural thing. And we would like to share more of our culture with you. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Briones, for your comments. And again, thank you to the entire tribe and the elders for elevating what has been a long critical issue for the tribe, but I think now getting truly the traction that it needs amongst the state agencies to figure out what we can do both this year and into the future here. I think the word that I'm continuing to be reminded by in listening, not just the challenges here in Clear Lake, but knowing that it shares many of the hallmarks of the challenges we face in so many of our watersheds, is reconciliation. We're all reconciling what are systems and decisions that weren't optimal often at times. And here, importantly, with the changed climate that we have, these pressures of drought, these extremes that we're seeing mean that we're reconciling 20th century water systems and decisions for this 21st century that we're all collectively part of. And so just thank you. I know that, I don't think there's too much further specific to comment on other than what we heard from Mr. Ekdahl on both the website that we'll be developing, but then also I'm in favor of a noticed item here as soon as is appropriate with the other state agencies so that we have something more of a robust discussion. But importantly, I just appreciate what we've heard today from the tribes, the elevation further of this issue, and hear a commitment from this seat to do what we can to ensure that we keep the momentum going, which I strongly feel coming from the summit, but also what our years worth of work here from the tribe to elevate this issue. So just incredible thanks to everyone that has spoken here before on us, and looking forward to the further work on it. But I look to other colleagues for comment as well, and or any questions that folks want to leave us with. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I'll echo those comments and thank you to everyone that was participating today and for the invite to our board to participate in the emergency summit and ongoing invites to continue to participate and engage. I am really struck with how much I think this is an indication of our failure to be able to protect beneficial uses, to be able to protect reasonable use, to be able to protect public trust resources, and to be able to address health and safety needs. I really appreciate you helping us understand that. And I think this is a really top priority. You know, we have, I think, although it's incredibly urgent given the timing of when, starting in February, I think, appreciate the incredible effort to try to engage and work for voluntary actions that can be done quickly, since it's incredibly urgent. I also, and enforcement and sort of investigatory work. I know a lot of resources were spread thin, but this seems to be, to me, a really top priority that appreciate being brought forward. Certainly, it seems like at a minimum, trying to make sure that we are really understanding the system and the data, and working with our sister agencies and the tribes and others to be able to collect the data and do the analysis to make sure that any actions that we're taking now are effective or can be effective, and evaluating whether we need to move to mandatory actions if voluntary isn't sufficient. Lastly, I just want to comment because it's so striking. I think, at our next board meeting, we're going to be getting an update on our racial equity action plan. Certainly, this issue is, I think, a very extreme and vivid case of how we need to better prioritize Indigenous and tribal lives. And I would hope that both as we look at what we're laying out in terms of our racial equity action plan and how that ultimately is playing out in terms of our priorities as a board, our strategic action plan around priorities, that's really showing up, that we're really being truthful to the intent of our racial equity resolution. I think that's all, I think, a real heartfelt intent, but we need to really show that in terms of the actions. And I think this is an opportunity to do that, and the urgency and resources we put to that. So really, really appreciate the engagement. I think that this wasn't on our radar in the way it needed to be. And so I think it's a kind of an alarm for us that there's the need to be engaging with folks that maybe we haven't with, to be able to address these issues and partner on this before we're in this kind of emergency. And there's so many challenges across the state, but this is a really acute one. And I think certainly we have a responsibility for, and just again, appreciate the engagement and leadership. And I hope that we're able to collectively get to a place where we can protect the hitch and respect and support really the tribal existence and lives. So thank you.
Thank you, board member. Board member Morgan.
Thank you. Echo the comments that have been made, and just truly want to thank everyone for coming and speaking today to bring this issue in front of us, to really highlight it and elevate it. Definitely looking forward to a future item, not just to collaborate with the other agencies, but to truly listen, to identify, action items to keep the momentum going, the momentum that the tribe has started, that we have not picked up, that we need to pick up, that we need to have action items, items that are truly actionable, where we have truly listened and we have heard the concerns, and that we, that this is an important issue that we need to take actions on. And so really looking forward to that future item. Also appreciate the invitation to visit Clear Lake, to truly see for ourselves, to be there, to be present, again, to see, to listen, to be part of a solution. So just truly want to thank each and every person who is here in the room, who is here virtually. I can't express how grateful I am for you bringing this in front of us, and elevating it so that we hear you and that, we are listening, we're hearing you, and we need to take action. This is something that, we need to pick up the momentum and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. It's not lost on me that the last species to go extinct in the state was a split tail there in Clear Lake, and let us not repeat that. So thank you again, truly for everyone's voice today. That concludes item number 2 and the update. And again, appreciate everyone's incredible participation. A quick note on our schedule at this point. I will move over to item number 3. We don't have any commenters, so we will have an abbreviated presentation and kind of get that off the deck, if you will, before we then go ahead and take a lunch before we get into informational items number 4, 5, 6, and 7. So just for everyone's planning purposes, that's what we'll attempt to quickly do. So we'll transition over to item number 3 now then before taking our lunch. And again, that concludes item 2, and I really appreciate everyone's participation in it. As we turn to item number 3, I have a script, and so I will read this out as we transition our panel. We're here today to receive public comments on our proposed rulemaking. The State Water Board previously adopted changes concerning water right notice requirements and reporting dates at its September 20th, 2022 meeting. These changes were submitted to the Office of Administrative Law for review as required under the Administrative Procedures Act. Following the review, the Office of Administrative Law suggested additional revisions. The revisions were incorporated on December 6th, 2022. The State Board circulated the revised regulations for a 15-day written public comment period, which ended on December 21st. Comments were to be limited to the revisions to the changed regulations adopted on November 20th. The State Board received 1 written public comment letter, and staff has prepared a response to the letter submitted. Today, the State Board is considering revised proposed changes to California Code of Regulations Title 23, Sections 831, 905, 915, 920, 924, 925, and 929. The revisions which respond to the suggestions of the Office of Administrative Law are noted in the draft resolution before us today using double underline and double strike through. For clarity, the changes previously adopted on September 20th are noted in single strike through and single underline. Under the rulemaking provisions of the Administrative Procedure Act, or APA, this is the time and place to set the presentation of statements, arguments, and contentions for or against the proposed rulemaking. Notice of this proposed rulemaking was previously sent by email to interested parties through 3 email subscription lists maintained by the State Water Board and posted on the board's website in the agenda for today's meeting. The purpose of this hearing is to obtain public comment on the staff recommendation to adopt the revised proposed regulations. If the State Board adopts the proposed regulations, the board will respond in writing to any additional comments received during this hearing, and written responses to all comments will be included in the final statement of reasons. Both documents will be available to the public once they are submitted to the Office of Administrative Law as part of the final rulemaking file. This hearing is being recorded, and recording and any exhibits, evidence, or comments presented during the hearing will be part of the rulemaking file. We will hear first a staff presentation, followed by any public comments, which again, I know at this point we do not have any, and then we'll consider adoption of the proposed regulations. With that, I'd like to turn over to Mr. Michael George. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Esquivel. I'm pleased to be here to present this revision to the regulations that the board adopted in September with the revisions proposed by the Office of Administrative Law. I'm joined this morning by Robert Cervantes from the Division of Water Rights. This proposal to update the regulations is a joint proposal of the Division of Water Rights and the Office of Delta Water Master. And we're also joined by Garrett Lenahan from the Office of Chief Counsel, who, along with David Koop from the Office of Chief Counsel, have been the primary attorneys supporting this effort. So as I mentioned, and as you mentioned earlier, Chair Esquivel, the bulk of these changes were adopted by the board on September 20th. and then the Office of Administrative Law suggested additional changes, which have now been incorporated. Because those changes were significant enough, it was determined that we should repost this for public comment. We did have a 15-day public comment period, which ended on December 21st. We received one comment and it provided a written response to that. As you indicated, the revisions to the regulations are shown in double underline in the version that's in your package, and single underline strike through for the changes that were already adopted in September. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Robert to go through some of the reasons for the changes, and then I'll come back at the end with proposed next steps.
All right. Thanks, Michael. Good morning, board members, Chair Esquivel. So why are these regulations important? We'll touch on the 4 main reasons. There's many more, but for time's sake, let's stick with these 4. Timely water use data support more accurate water supply and demand analysis, particularly during times of drought. Current ownership information is critical for drought and fire emergency related water management. And clarification simplifies and streamlines reporting processes, benefiting both water users and administrators. And finally, this proposal aligns with the overhaul of our water rights database to increase functionality for all users. Next slide, please. So at the September 20th board meeting, this board adopted the initial regulations as we had them drafted, and the clarifications were as follows. It was a requirement to notify the State Water Board of changes in ownership and contact information, and it clarified the authority to enforce the timely notice. It clarified our enforcement authority if necessary. They would focus on the incumbent owner or claimant of the water right. It updated the regulatory report due dates, unifying them for notices of extraction, that's our groundwater recordation program, and diversion and supplemental statements of water diversion and use, that's for pre-14s and riparian users, to conform with the recently updated statutory deadlines. All water use reports relate to the prior water year and are due by the following February 1st. Next slide, please. So we submitted that regulation package to the Office of Administrative Law. They had a look at it and sent back some suggestions. They recommended that we revised our several forms that we have as part of our reporting and ownership regulations. So they wanted us to change or clarify our change of ownership forms, our contact update information forms, and our supplemental statement for change forms. We agree with OAL in these revisions, and we believe that it will better clarify water user obligations and improve the administration of the water rights system for the regulated community, the environment, and industry. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll hand it over to Michael.
Thanks, Robert. So the current schedule has your review of the revised regulations today, no changes from what was published on December 6th. If the board adopts them, it'll go back to OAL because of the work done between the Office of Chief Counsel and OAL, and the fact that we're responding to comments provided by OAL. We have a reasonable level of confidence that the OAL is likely to approve the regulations, send them to the Secretary of State when they'll become effective, hopefully by the end of this month. However, the fact that we've had this delay means that we have not been able to undertake the outreach and education about these regulatory changes that we had anticipated, that we had promised the water community in response to comments in September and represented to the board that we would undertake. So we have that program set, ready to go. We have done a lot of informal outreach in the interim because we did believe that these regulations would come back and would be effective. Nonetheless, between the Office of Delta Water Master and the Division of Water Rights, we've made the determination that we will carry out that outreach process, educate the community about the changes, and that because these become effective, if they become effective toward the end of this month, and the filing date is February 1st, it's just too short a time frame in our view, and therefore we've decided jointly that we would defer any enforcement against late filers after the February 1st date, so long as all of those reports are in by April 5th. So it's essentially a time for that outreach to give filers an opportunity to know what's changed and what the new obligations are. Next slide, please. With that, the division and the Office of Delta Water Master, as your staff, propose the adoption of the resolution and the revised regulations. And with that, next slide, we'll go to questions if there are any.
Many, many thanks for the good work. And we have no commenters, but looking to board members if they have any questions or comments. Hearing none. I appreciate the work. Seems pretty straightforward and looking forward to getting these in place. So prepared to entertain a motion.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing this back to us in a rapid manner, and also your ability to exercise enforcement discretion here for folks who really aren't going to have a lot of time to meet the February 1 filing date. So thank you for thinking through that and what that means to the water right holders that are going to have to comply with this new regulation. So with that, I'm happy to move to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, board member.
I'll second.
Yes, Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan. Aye. Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Escobar.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the item is adopted. Thanks everyone for the incredible work. Looking forward to seeing the fruits of the improved reporting, deadlines and matching. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to our lunch. We'll go ahead and take a lunch. 45 minutes should be good so that we can maybe get back. I know we just have our tranche of informational items, including from our Delta Water Master. So thank you for holding over the lunch for that. And so we'll see and all gather here, say at 12:45. All right, see you all then soon. And we are in recess until then. Thank you. All right, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch. It's good to be back. And we are now moving to item number 4, which is our Office of Delta Water Master Periodic Report. I just have to acknowledge and say here at the start that Mr. Michael George, as our current water master, and here the last report before the board, has just been an incredible asset to the state and to so many of the discussions and challenges that have been before this board. And just really thankful for an incredible term of service and look forward to hearing this last report. But just really at the top, wanted to just thank you, Michael, for just everything. And it's never an easy time to transition out of what are some always challenging and generational issues we're in the midst of. But the groundwork that you've laid has only provided incredible opportunities for this board to continue to pursue what is never an easy task, especially in the Delta. So just thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I very much appreciate it. You've heard me say many times, this has been the best job I've ever had, and I have enjoyed it. I'm proud of what we've accomplished. I'm glad to hand it off. There's work left to be done for sure, but it's been a wonderful ride. And I'm happy to be here to make my final report in the midst of all this rain. I'd like to take credit for it, but I think I better get off the stage so I don't get blamed for the floods that are about to come. But in any case, I am quite pleased to be here and to provide my final report. I think I've warned you anecdotally that I'm going to take more than the ordinary amount of time today because I've got a lot of things that I'd like to cover. But I'm very pleased today to be joined by my colleague, Lindsay Kameyer, who is our Senior Water Resource Control Engineer, and who is in many ways the brains behind the curtain here. Earlier today, Christy Mattal was here. She wasn't able to stay. She's got other things that she's attending to this afternoon that were scheduled, and also Lisa Crowley, another water resource control engineer from the office, is here today. And obviously, nobody succeeds in doing the kind of work we do without a lot of support. And so it's a pleasure for me to have the opportunity in my last report to bring key members of the team. John Collins, another key member of our team, is on holiday, so he's not with us today. But it is a strong team and one that I am pleased to have stay on at the end of my tenure. With that, let me go to the next slide and give you an overview of the 3 things I'd like to talk about today. One is kind of what are the accomplishments? What's changed? How have we made progress during the 8 years, the two terms that I've been water master? And then from that, what's the unfinished business? What's next? Where do we go from here? And then finally, some ideas about where we could improve the operation of the Office Delta Water Master and make it an increasingly effective tool for the board and for the Stewardship Council going forward. Next slide, please. So I want to emphasize as I start to sort through a lot of the things that I'm really proud of have happened over the course of my tenure. Again, this happened while I've been here. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of my participation in it, but it really does reflect an enormous amount of cooperation and collaboration, not only within the Office Delta Water Master team and in our partnership with the Division of Water Rights, but with the water user community, as well as with the 2 boards to which this position reports. But in terms of summarizing the major accomplishments, I would start by saying that we eliminated the chronic failure to file water user reports on a timely basis. And Board Member Morgan, you know from your time in the Office of Delta Water Master that this has been a long-term problem. And in water year 2014, the calendar year 2014, reports were due in April and July of 2015, my first year as Delta Water Master. As you see on the slide here, there was about 29% timely reports by licensees and 18% timely reports by statements. That's an amount of delinquency that you almost can't deal with. You certainly can't deal with it on an enforcement basis. So we stepped back and took a different tack. We decided that it was important to improve our game in terms of communications, outreach, education, and importantly, to offer assistance in complying with our regulations. So the first thing we did was develop the beginnings of a partnership with the Delta Water Agencies, who are the entities created by state law to represent the water right owners in the Delta. So it's 3 different areas, 3 different organizations, 3 different boards, 3 different managements, 3 different sets of sub-regional concerns in the Delta, but very eager to partner with us to help their communities meet their requirements from a regulatory standpoint. Then we developed what we've called the post and push communication strategy. And here I give real credit to our communications and outreach specialist, Christy McTighe. She conceived this and has developed it over a number of years. So the post part is about getting data onto our website, getting information onto our website, announcements, getting people used to looking there for information that's useful to them. So we spend a lot of time trying to figure out what is the useful information, what would you look for, where would you go to find it, how can we make it easier for you? And then the push element was to create these email distribution lists. Like all distribution lists of the board, it's voluntary sign up to get the pushes. And we have one for experimentation with water and one for water rights. So that was a big improvement in how we communicate and how we also are able to listen, because we get a lot of feedback when we're posting and pushing information out. And in addition to getting their help in terms of getting people to meet their obligations and to understand why it's important, we also reduced the number of delinquents down to a manageable number so that we don't have to do blanket enforcement. That's why I call it triage by phone, email, text, and touch. We try and work with, talk with, interact with water users in the Delta to understand them better, to help them understand what we're doing. And this is one of the reasons why my relationship and our office's relationship with your board and the Stewardship Council has been so important, because you've entrusted us really to be a two-way conduit of information. It's impossible for us to go out in the Delta without knowing where you are, how far you're willing to go, what the major issues are, et cetera. We've got to communicate that effectively through an understanding of where you're coming from. Similarly, to have the credibility with them to carry their information back to the water board or to the Stewardship Council. And finally, we really emphasized compliance over enforcement. We've always got the enforcement tool, and I'll talk about that in a moment, but emphasizing to people why, number one, that they have the responsibility of providing information on their use of a public asset, and number two, why it's in their best interest to keep us well informed. And I think that is a process that has developed gradually over time, and it is one of the things where we're able to bring people into compliance. They know that there's enforcement behind it, and they know that if most people comply, the non-compliers are going to be more obvious, if you want to call it, easier targets. And so let me turn to the next slide, which is about another really major thing that I think has happened in the last 8 years, which is that we have significantly clarified the water rights system in the Delta, the basis on which water is taken out of the system, out of the channels, put to beneficial use, returned as tailwater, or evapotranspired as part of the agricultural process. In 8-10 years ago, we were used to seeing all the water users claim all the water rights they could possibly, or their lawyers could possibly conceive of, and put it in their reports. The effect being that they were covering all their bases, but obscuring the underlying water right that was actually being exercised. So early on in my tenure, we failed as a prosecution team to meet our burden of bringing forth a case against Byron Bethany Irrigation District and Westside Irrigation District. We didn't even get to the point where they put on their defense because our prosecution was deemed inadequate to get to the defense. However, in preparing for that prosecution, it was very clear to us that there was a strong defense that was being prepared with talented consultants, engineers, lawyers, etc. But since we never got to see it, one of the first things we did after that case was reach out to BBID and WSID and say, look, we'd like to understand what you would have told us if we had presented the case that you were violating the regulations, the curtailment orders issued at the time. And to their great credit, they were eager to share that with us. They wanted us to understand better. And that in turn helped with a lot of the publics out there, that there was this willingness of the opposing parties in that failed enforcement action to come together and to learn from each other. Second to that, or consistent with that, and on the same time frame with that, we really made a strong effort to mine the information that was given to us as a result of the 2015 informational order from the Division of Water Rights. We required informational order for the water users representing 90% of the water use in the Delta to report to us what is the basis for your water right and what's the evidence to support it. And it was a kind of dog's breakfast of responses put together in a relatively short period of time. But it was an enormous new amount of information. Now, we didn't ask for it with enough forethought to have it in a consistent format. We didn't have the concept of what kind of data standards we wanted. So we got a cacophony of information. But we put some very talented people, Micah Green, Lauren Barba, John Collins, to work on that new database in the Delta. We started out, we took 85 representative responses, and we went through them carefully, and we had a lot of discussion back and forth about them, and we began to see and then began to look for patterns. Where were the consistent mistakes? Where were the consistent misunderstandings of water rights? Where were the consistent attempts to obfuscate or bamboozle the system? And out of that came two things that proved to be gifts that kept on giving. One is we developed a protocol for reviewing this kind of information so that it wasn't, you'd get information, you'd look at a series of responses, let's say in an enforcement circumstance, and it would always be like starting over again. Instead, we developed a protocol. What questions do you ask first? What do you look for first? If you get this answer, how do you go down that trail? If you get that answer, how do you go down that trail? And that, number one, was an enormously valuable training vehicle, because most of the people who look at this stuff are not, grizzled old water lawyers. They tend to be our water resource control engineers, our environmental scientists. In many cases, it's our associate government program analysts or our SSMs. I forget what that stands for. But they're people who don't have deep training in water rights. And so having a protocol to help them understand and go step by step to reach conclusions. And often those conclusions then would either resolve a problem or get kicked up to the Office of Chief Counsel or the Delta Water Master or whomever, the Division of Water Rights. The other thing that came out of that, the other gift that keeps on giving, is the overlap memo. We identified those patterns, put a very talented young lawyer on the process of drafting a memorandum of law about the erroneous idea that until there was an adjudication, you couldn't tell the difference between a riparian and a pre-14 water right. And that memo, which was final in December of 2017, and which we published in April of 2018, so that people would know what our view of the law, the existing law, was and is, and to give them an idea of how we would respond to various claims in terms of our sense of whether it was bona fide, whether it was colorable, whether it was a bamboozlement. I used to use a different term. And to try and put that out for people so that they would know where we were coming from. We then, in 2018 and in 2020, got two very valuable Court of Appeal decisions. One in Orange Cove Irrigation District versus Las Molinas Mutual Water Company, and the other one in Modesto Irrigation District versus Tanaka. Those two cases taken together, number one, supported and were consistent with the law as it was articulated in the overlap memo. That was helpful. It reduced the sense of friction out there in the water community to have those decisions. And that also built on itself because as we came to understand more, as we had better information from a variety of sources, self-reported, we were also able then to do a better job in the ensuing drought, which we're still in, of differentiating curtailment administration in the Delta. Eric Ekdahl and I always like to say we never want any room between the wall and the wallpaper between the Division of Water Rights and the Office of Delta Water Master. We've got one set of California water law, and we apply them in the same way. But in the Delta, we recognize what differences we need to take into account. And I think that's been another valuable aspect of this consistent drive toward a better understanding of what the underlying water rights are. Next slide, please. On the other hand, you do the best you can with outreach, education, compliance over enforcement, working with the community. But you know, at some points you get tested on whether you really are prepared to take enforcement action. So in our case, we started out, or my tenure started out, with the Division of Water Rights handing over to the Office of Delta Water Master the administration of the settlement arrived at in the Woods Irrigation Company enforcement action, which, as I say, resulted in a settlement, and we took over the administration of that with a lot of help from our colleagues in the Division of Water Rights and in the Office of Chief Counsel, who handed that off to us. It's been a very successful settlement. It did, in fact, demonstrate that Woods Irrigation Company had enough water. It had been substantially over-reporting, and it could live within its water budget, and has lived within that water budget for the last 8 years, certainly. Secondly, we got into a circumstance where we had a very senior water rights license, which it became clear to us from reviewing the filings was not in keeping with the terms and conditions of the license. And so we did something that I didn't realize was quite as remarkable as it turned out to be. We started a process to revoke the water right. And of course, we were threatened with litigation till hell wouldn't have it. But with some great support from the Office of Enforcement, particularly really strong work by John Prager, we were able to settle that case on the basis that the license holder acknowledged that they had failed to follow terms and conditions of the license and actually agreed in the settlement to voluntarily give up the license, allow us to revoke it. But there are harder cases, and one of those resulted in, it was simply a scofflaw. Somebody who said, I don't think you've got the authority to require me to do what you're proposing that I do, essentially report your water use on a timely basis. And through that process, again, supported by the Office of Enforcement, and again, through John Prager and Chrissy Mattal's meticulous, careful, step-by-step work, we not only imposed a $25,000 penalty, but we got it reduced to a judgment and we collected it, and we negotiated a timed payment process. But the revocation of the one license, the $25,000 fine, essentially for failure to file or chronically late filings, sent an important message throughout the community that there is a serious enforcement action if you don't pay attention. And that has also helped people understand that they have these responsibilities and that they've got to meet them. We were also able, after the Tanaka decision was decided, to settle a bunch of old cases that had been hanging out since 2010, 2011, that hadn't gone to hearing yet, but were meaningfully advanced in terms of what the law is, both by the overlap memo and by the Tanaka decision. So we were able to settle those cases, and we settled them on a basis that didn't require the water rights holder to give up their pre-14 water rights. We said, applying Tanaka, applying the overlap memo, we acknowledge that you've got a colorable claim that we won't contest for riparian water use. But in arriving at the settlement, you've got to agree that you're only going to take water under your riparian right. And if you eventually decide you want to exercise your pre-14 right, that's fine. We're not asking you to give it up. But we do insist in the settlement on notice and an opportunity to contest. So from my perspective, that was a very good settlement because the reports that we're getting are on the riparian right, which is the senior most right. It's the right to report under, and that pre-14 right is a, shall I say, atrophying claim that I think is probably never going to be brought forth. But if it is brought forth, we've got notice and opportunity to contest. And most recently, as you're aware from my recent reports, we've completed a joint investigation with the Division of Water Rights into a complaint of unauthorized diversion of project water within the legal delta, which was brought first by the Friant Water Authority and then collaboratively entered into by other export water users. And in addition to doing it jointly with the division, which was critical because we didn't have all the skills and capability necessary to bring it to conclusion, but jointly we did. But we also made a conscious effort to bring in the complainants so that they would see us step by step understanding what the facts were on the ground and what the tools were we had to deal with it. So we brought that to a conclusion roughly at the end of November. And I think it did have the benefit of coming to the proper conclusion. We didn't enter an enforcement action, but we did point the way toward better mechanisms, particularly through the drought emergency regulations to address the issues that were brought up in that complaint. Next thing, next slide, please. I'm talking about all the things that I'm proud of. I've got only a couple more before we get into some of the carryover business. But here's one reason why I wanted Lindsay to join me today, because I think we have significantly improved water data quality in the Delta, not only through those improved partnerships and getting better information from people who understood better their obligations and understood why it was in their interest to report better. But as part of that process, we also began to use technology on a much more robust basis. But first, this issue of duplicative reporting, it became clear to us after the settlements and so forth that we had a duplicate reporting problem where people reported the same use under their license and their statement of diversion and use. So Lindsay and I worked with a subset of water lawyers in the Delta and ultimately came up with a consensus document, something that we'd all agree on. This is a good way to deal with this problem. And the Delta saw it as a problem because of duplicate reporting. We're making it look like we're using much more water than we are. We look like water wasters. We need to deal with this problem. It's not just a water board problem. And so that consensus came together over a period of time. Essentially, we got people to agree on a voluntary basis to report their water use under their most senior right, which almost always meant that they didn't report anything under a license because the primary pre-14 or riparian right was senior to the license right. Now, of course, they were concerned that they would lose it or use it or lose it, they'd lose it. And so we said, okay, it takes 5 years before you can be subject to forfeiture for non-use. So let's try this for a while on a voluntary basis. You can always step back and report in the old way if you and your lawyers think that's the most logical or reasonable thing to do. But let's see if we can generate better data that will show more of what actually happens in the Delta. That led to our being able to get the community to support us in having the Delta as a use case for the development of OpenET. Not only did they support it because they understood what the objective was, but they also actually put money into it. So they had skin in the game from the beginning. So it had credibility with the water user community as it was in development, partly because since they were a use case, there was a lot of interaction between the scientists and the water users, the lawyers, the engineers. And it gave credibility to OpenET because it improved OpenET in its development process. We also then were able to use OpenET for this Delta Alternative Compliance Plan, and Lindsay has been the lead on that. And the great benefit, you've heard me say this before, is that for the first time, we're going to have a digitized, a geo-referenced connection between every point of diversion and every place of use. So we're going from hand-drawn maps and circles around assessor parcel numbers to digitized shape files that the water user brings to us and says, this is my place of use. Now, undoubtedly, there are going to be some tweaks and changes and so forth, but it's a huge breakthrough to have our water users come forward and say, here's my place of use where I'm exercising the water right at that point of diversion, And I want to know from OpenET how much evapotranspiration there is in that area. That's an incredible step forward from where we were. And again, a lot of dialogue, a lot of back and forth, listening to each other, learning from each other. We then moved on, and I won't take any time on this because you just approved the renewed regulations. That was a long time in coming. It's a complex process. Lindsay likes to joke that if I'd known how complex it was, we'd never have done it. But we got really good support from the Office of Chief Counsel, David Koop, Garrett Lenahan, and now hopefully we've got that in train. And I'm also very proud that Lindsay, we commissioned her from the Office of Delta Watermaster, kind of, I don't know, is it fair to say, lent her out to the Division of Water Rights as the Delta
Subject matter expert.
Project matter expert, okay, who would bring to the development of that whole thing. Again, the Delta is a use case with a lot of complexity and mechanisms for dealing with that. So this improvement is not just outreach, it's not just better reporting, it's also a more intelligent use of technology. Next slide, please. And all of these things are brought together in this slide of a pattern of developing collaboratives to address endemic problems. Very often you face a problem and it may be intractable. People have staked out their positions and so forth. Very often, if you can expand the problem so that it's got more ownership, you also get more resources and potentially some new thinking about it. Well, my first experience with that was the water users in the Central and South Delta coming to the wet behind the ears Delta Watermaster in the spring of 2015 and saying, you know, we see the hammer you've got over our heads. We'd like to plant a crop. How about if we make a deal where we'll reduce our consumptive use, we'll reduce our diversions in exchange for knowing that you're not going to cut us off, you know, in September before we get to harvest. That was a great experiment, and I give here a lot of credit to Tom Howard, who said, as we brought this forward, he said, this is a long limb to step out on. It might get cut off behind us, but he supported us, and it worked out actually quite well. And it turned out that we came within a whisker of having to curtail water rights in the transition from July to August of 2015, and we avoided it. Only in retrospect did we understand that that was in large part due to the reduction in diversions that had taken place in June and July as a result of this voluntary agreement. That led to a lot of questions. How much, if you reduce your diversion by this much, how much did you reduce your actual water use, your ET? And so we, in the Office of Delta Watermaster, organized some funding, again, thanks in large part to Tom Howard, to fund some studies with the University of California, under contract at the University of California at Davis and later Merced, where we could look at some of these issues that had arisen at the end of that drought and look at how we could better correlate diversions and water use. That led to the creation of this filing status review group, which we had originally designed as a way of communicating with the lawyers and engineers to get the delinquents to comply. And we were now able to use to get a lot of data to feed into the research effort. That led directly to the development of OpenET. It was the study that was published by the University of California under the state board's financial auspices that led to the creation of the OpenET coalition. In addition, at about that time, 2015, we got the authority, which is now codified in Section 1840 of the Water Code, the diversion measurement requirement. And we began to understand that there were a lot of problems implementing our regulations, and I was part of that. I recommended those regulations too. But it was difficult to implement them in the circumstance of the Delta. So instead of having everybody trying the same thing or different things, we put together a consortium to do experimentation so that we could learn from each other. We always said there are an infinite number of mistakes to be made. Let's not make the same one an infinite number of times. So we created a voluntary group which has met every quarter since the fall of 2016 to share data, information, experiments, to lay out what we were doing, how we were trying to come into compliance. And it was very important in that we had some supporters of that SB 88, what's now Section 1840. So the division or the Department of Water Resources immediately came into compliance. They put 50 new meters on their 50 diversions on Sherman and Twitchell Island. But they wanted to come in because they recognized very quickly that they put in those 50 measurement devices, and they had a lot of upkeep, they had a lot of downtime, they had to figure out how to deploy engineers to repair them. It became a problem that they wanted to help identify, solve, deal with. The Metropolitan Water District, which bought 4 islands in the Delta in the summer of 2016, became part of that. They were a supporter of SB 88, and now they had to come into compliance with it. 90 diversions on 4 islands. They came to the table with their expertise, their resources, and their willingness to help everybody learn how to comply. We got the Nature Conservancy, which had been a supporter of SB 88 and which was managing Staten Island, 40 some odd diversions. And I remember their farm manager, DeWitt Sekele, inviting me out there in the fall of 2016. And he says, look, what I got to tell you, the dirty secret is we've spent $40,000 on compliance, and we haven't got meters that work consistently enough. And when they work, we're not sure they're getting us accurate information, because what we're finding is with all the debris in the water, with the twice daily fluctuations on the tides, this is more complicated than we thought. A lot of other people came into that consortium, but it was those groups and then the Freshwater Trust, people who had a lot of credibility in terms of wanting to get a better handle on water use, that came forward and gave credibility to that experimentation consortium. That led directly to the partnership to protect the freshwater corridor. When I started this job, it would have been unheard of to think that the Central Delta Water Agency and the Metropolitan Water District would be working together on something, and they are working together collaboratively and making a lot of progress on the steps to protecting that freshwater corridor. That became critically important in the summer of 2021, when despite putting in the drought barrier, the salinity barrier in West Falls River, we started to face the very real possibility that salty water pumped in on the tides would kind of come around the Horn at Webb Tract and be driven by the flow of the Mokelumne River down into that freshwater corridor. So there was a lot of intensity around that shared risk, but they had the experience of working together in a cooperative fashion to learn from each other that helped develop that partnership, which is ongoing and valuable. Similar circumstance in the South Delta. You remember me coming to the board and saying, my biggest concern is the accelerating deterioration of the South Delta. I'm pleased to say that we've got a master plan for recovering the South Delta, both for its water supply and its environmental uses, and also bringing flood control into it. A master plan that came together because people who had different individual siloed interests, by expanding the problem beyond just the flood issue at Paradise Cut to include channel maintenance, throughput, dissolved oxygen, algae blooms, invasive species. As we expanded the problem, we had more resources to come in and help to resolve it. That's ongoing. And then the final thing is the Delta drought response pilot programs. One came together in the summer of 2021 to begin the water year of 2022. We're just now, we've got a draft report on that. It'll be published sometime after I've left. I'm dumping this into Lindsay's lap. But it was a very useful exercise in understanding better what can be done in a drought circumstance in the Delta to do 3 specific things. 1, conserve water where we can. 2, protect water quality from salinity intrusion. And 3, improve water data so that we know and everybody has the same data, so we can have our disagreements over what we should do, but not over what the facts are. Next slide. And this is the one I'm really kind of most proud of, is that over the course of the 8 years, we've recruited and trained expert staff with Delta-specific knowledge and connections all around, to the Water Board, to the Stewardship Council, to the water user community, to the Division of Water Rights, to the Office of Chief Counsel, to the Office of Enforcement, the various entities, constituents with which we work. And I'm proud to say that we won credibility in those interactions by listening, by learning, by explaining where we were coming from, by listening to what the concerns were on the other side, whether it was internal or external, and by exercising what I like to call regulatory humility, to think about first getting people to do what's in their best interest and in our regulatory requirements without just having to beat them into submission, to bring them to an understanding of how important these data are to them as well as to us. So we go to the next slide. Now I'm transitioning to unfinished business. Clearly, implementation of the Delta Alternative Compliance Plan is unfinished job 1. We had anticipated that all the reports for water use during water year 2022 would be reported as of February 1st. 2 reasons that hasn't happened. One, we talked about the regulations were delayed, but the other one was the development of the user interface in the software that holds the alternative compliance plan together was delayed for a variety of reasons that were nobody's fault, because it turns out when you plan to do something and then you get into it, it can become more complicated, and that was the case here. So it's deferred a bit. I would really have liked to have a bow on this before I ride off into the sunset, but because of those delays, that's not possible. Although it is the follow-through job that needs to be done here, and I'm very confident in the people who've been involved in that. And this also goes to the next issue of continuing the process of experimentation and research. This Delta Measurement Experimentation Consortium is ongoing, notwithstanding the fact that we made the decision to move to an alternative compliance plan. What we're now looking at, and again, I have to give Metropolitan Water District great credit for leading this part of the effort, is to figure out through careful analysis whether we can find useful correlations between measured diversions, that is, places where we've got measurement on diversions, and there are a number of them in the Delta where we have those diversions measured. Can we find correlations between those measured diversions and the ET, so that if we could find those correlations and apply them, we could use both measure diversion and ET measurement to correlate with each other. So if you knew one, you could have a better guesstimate of the other. That's ongoing. It's very complicated because, of course, the Delta is a complicated place generally, and it's different in different places, different soil transmissivity, different elevations to groundwater, different drainage characteristics, et cetera. But this whole voluntary group is sticking together and sticking with this experimentation and research on a collaborative basis to do more as a group than any of us could do or be willing to start on as an individual. And that's also going to be useful to us in terms of figuring out what are the effects, what's the most effective way to conserve water in the Delta. A lot of the data that we're getting from the Delta Dry Year Response Program is going to be analyzed not only by the Division of Water Rights, the Office Delta Water Master, the Department of Water Resources, the Delta Conservancy, and all the other agencies, but also by the water users themselves to try and develop the hypotheses, test the hypotheses on a basis that can lead to common understanding among all the parties. So those are the unfinished pieces of business within the Delta Office of Delta Water Master. As I say, I'm confident that this will carry on. But if we go to the next slide, I want to talk about some of the unfinished business we have with others. So one is what Diane Riddle and I talked to you about back in September, of taking responsibility in the division and in the Office of Delta Water Master to frame up for the board some critical decisions about curtailment policy choices. Now, hopefully we're going to get a wet year, we're going to get some relief, some reprieve, but as you've been consistent on, we've got to plan for drought. We cannot treat every drought as though it's an emergency. There might be emergency things that need to be done, but we need to do a better job of planning. And so some of those issues will come before you in terms of tough decisions to make about how to refine curtailment policy. Secondly, we've got a problem that probably involves the legislature, which is the fact that we have these inconsistent methods of allocating shortage as between riparians and appropriators. And that's been a problem that's kind of baked into the system. It never came to a binding problem until the last two major droughts, which were more extended and deeper. And they came to trouble in the Delta precisely because we have riparians and appropriators in close proximity taking water from the same streams. And you ended up, as we did in 2016, kind of playing whack-a-mole. You can't cut off the riparian unless you've figured out at what level you're cutting off the appropriators. And when you go to the appropriators, they say, you don't know how much to cut us back until the riparians have correlatively responded to the reduced supply in the natural water course. The issue of establishing the proper order of basis for reporting water use. I talked about this before in the context of the consensus strategy. We've still got a problem of a licensed right masking a more senior right. That is, they report use under the license, and only if the license gets curtailed do they start reporting under the underlying riparian statement. The problem with that is that if you're trying to manage in a dynamic environment for curtailment and you say, I've got to curtail your license because it's junior to others, you anticipate that that's going to reduce demand, when all it does is shift that demand into a different reporting strategy. So we've put a Band-Aid on that through the consensus strategy, but because that's got a 5-year ticking clock on it, we have proposed we've discussed with the Office of Chief Counsel the potential for developing, drafting legislation, which would make clear what our office, the division, and the Office of Chief Counsel already believe is the law, which is that you have to report by your most senior water right to its exhaustion before reporting under a more junior water right. That would take care of the masking problem, would give us greater acuity in those circumstances where we need to decide the order of curtailment. Obviously, that's ongoing work for you all after I'm happily retired. And then I guess the last thing I'd say, where there is work to be done that we certainly can contribute to, we, the Office Delta Water Master, but it is this ongoing process of cultivating venues where you can have collaborative action and discussion. And the three that I've listed here, I think, are the most important ones. The relationship between the Water Board and the Delta Stewardship Council. The Stewardship Council with the Science Action Agenda, with the, One Delta, One Science, with the ability through the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee to get all 17 state and federal agencies that have regulatory or operating authority in the Delta to come together and to work on what the words say. Delta Plan Interagency Implementation. Make that committee stronger. If it didn't exist, we'd be trying to create it because we know we have to have coordinated action by all those 17 agencies and by a host of public water agencies and private water users. But using that existing forum, I think, is an important challenge going forward. And it's particularly challenging because the Stewardship Council, the maven of the plan, faced, first of all, its first 7 years with that plan under litigation. So it was hard to think about coming together, those 17 agencies, and implementing a plan that was being litigated. That litigation has been done. It was resolved on the basis that the Delta Plan is the legally enforceable plan for the Delta. We need to use that forum to get the coordinated action to actually implement that plan. Similarly, our seats on CSAMP are important. CSAMP, Collaborative Science Adaptive Management Program. But it's an interesting forum because you have agencies and private water users, public water agencies, and environmentalists. It came out of litigation. It was part of the settlement in the NRDC case, and it's going on because it's a useful forum. And so again, I think this is an important unfinished business that we can contribute to, but that is primarily for the board. Let's go to the next slide. And I'm getting close to the end. You've been patient. I appreciate it. But I want to talk now about opportunities for improving the Office of the Delta Water Master. What can we do better? What do we need your help on? How should we proceed? So one of the things is I've talked over and over again throughout this discussion today about technology, better information, more data. We are about to be under an avalanche of new and valuable data. Once we start to get these reports from OpenET under the Delta Alternative Compliance Plan, once we publish the data from the first year Delta Dry Year Response Program, once we are developing and publishing in real time the data from the second year of the Drought Response Program, we're going to have an enormous amount of extraordinarily valuable data. Shame on us if we don't use it. And by that I mean do the initial QA/QC, get it published so that it can be crowd corrected to the extent necessary, and so that real people who have real decisions to make are sharing the same near real-time information. That's a huge challenge going forward. Now, that's one reason why I'm retiring. These are not my skills. I think my skills as a water lawyer, clarifying water rights. That's my job. I get that. Managing data, developing data standards, QA/QCing data, machine learning. Those are skills that we need going forward. So one thing is I've proposed to upgrade the water resource control engineer position that Lindsay holds to a senior water resource control engineer position, essentially recognizing that she is proactively and independently exercising some of the most complicated data engineering that we're doing. That's one of the reasons why she's the one we've seconded to the upward program. Secondly, I'm proposing that we add a staff services manager as kind of the front door, the catcher's mitt for the information to do the initial analysis of sending back to water users clear errors. There are ways we found through our protocols to identify those errors very quickly. They kind of jump out at you. We'll have the data management software to find those, but we need someone to keep the tally of who's on time, where have they been sent back, with the implementing of the regulations you adopted today, to make sure that we are quickly processing changes of ownership for all the reasons that Robert Cervantes quickly mentioned today. This is an important administrative function that is related to, but separate from, the outreach, the communication, and the assistance with problems. That's what Christy is uniquely qualified for, but we need this additional position. The third thing is I would propose a limited term and rotating, 2-year rotation of a graduate lawyer. Take somebody who's graduated from a California school, has taken California water law, and is going to sit for the bar, but is not yet a full-fledged lawyer. That's the position essentially that we had as a limited term drought response when we hired Micah Green, who I've already mentioned as the principal author of the overlap memo. And this is not to denigrate at all the support that we get from the Office of Chief Counsel. It is to recognize that the Office of Chief Counsel is stretched thin, and there are a lot of kind of nuts and bolts stuff that you need someone who's got water rights training to triage, to kick up, to either resolve or kick up the stairs. And I think it would be a good learning experience. It would be a good way of identifying and recruiting good lawyers. Micah Green today is in the Office of Chief Counsel at the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So it's a way of bringing somebody in for a limited term, send them on to whatever they're doing next, and bring in the next one. I think those would be very useful additions to the Office of Delta Watermaster, particularly as we face this extraordinary challenge and opportunity of dramatically increased, more granular information about water rights or about water use in the Delta. Next big thing I would say is strengthen the relationship between the Office of Delta Watermaster and your board. I was a great beneficiary of the generosity of the board to say, not only do we want you to make the reports that are required under the statute, but on a quarterly basis, we'll give you a performance review. We'll tell you what you're doing right. We'll give you a little course correction when you do it wrong. We'll let you know that either you're in sync or you need to come into sync with our priorities. And having that quarterly discussion with the board was enormously helpful to me. I'd never been in public service before. That direction, what did you want to see happen? How did, where were the resources? What was the timing, et cetera? And I think for anyone who comes into my job, that's a really important connection to make the Office of Delta Watermaster useful to the board and to the Stewardship Council. And then that leads me right to the next thing of greater cooperation with the Delta Stewardship Council to take advantage of the science action agenda. You're going to hear more about that from Laurel Larson in a moment. I promise, Laurel, it's only a few more moments. But she's done a remarkable job of bringing the science agenda into conformance with and into dialogue with the management decisions that we all have to make, and the opportunities that we have for greater interaction with the Stewardship Council, with the One Delta, One Science, with the Delta Adapts program, with the Science Action Agenda, is one of the areas where we, the State Water Board, can get enormous leverage going forward. Help with the scientific basis for regulatory actions that we need to take, the opportunity to help craft the Delta plan as it is updated every 5 years. That is a tremendous leverage opportunity. And then the final thing I'll say is I think the Office of Delta Water Master has reached a level of maturity where it is appropriate to think about spinning it out of out of the executive division. I was a great beneficiary. We were all a great beneficiary of the decision to put the Office of Delta Water Master under the umbrella of exec. It protected me from lots of administrative blunders in terms of budgeting and HR and all those other things, because that was really done for the Office of Delta Water Master under the umbrella of exec. But I think we've come to a level of visibility, maturity, et cetera. And so I am wishing on my successor what I never wanted, which is to be spun out from under that protective umbrella of the executive division. Next slide, please. So I really am closing up now. The Delta mantra, we pray for rain, we're getting it. We plan for drought, it'll be back. We're preparing for floods. Really important to reverse subsidence, or at least to arrest it. It's one of the problems that has beset the Delta since we started to plow organic soils. We need, obviously, to do a lot more to restore the ecosystem. The levees, the entire levee system is critical to maintaining the highly engineered system that we've got. We might long for a day when we had a natural estuary. The fact is we don't. There is no plan B for managing the land mass in the Delta but farming for a long period of time in the future. We need the levees. We need the security of those levees. And yet we need to do that, beware of climate change, because those levees are going to be under more pressure and they're going to be more critical to maintaining a freshwater estuary. And we got to do all of that while we are protecting water rights, which are destined, in my view, to change. I'm not suggesting that we protect water rights as though they're ossified as they operate today. We've already talked about a lot of things that we've done to improve the water data system. We've got to now take that data, use that information to think about how we want our water system to work in the future. And for all of my career, water lawyers like me could agree that the system we've got was built for a different set of needs and so forth. But the notion of reform always broke down because it was better the devil we knew than the devil we don't know. We were always more concerned as water lawyers for our clients and our water users that, as creaky as the system is, we didn't trust how it might change and how it might affect us. Frankly, we've got to overcome that. And I think the mechanism for overcoming that is something that I wouldn't have expected, which is the recognition of how the priority system is an engine of systemic racism. The fact is, first in time, first in right means the most valuable resource in the system was allocated to, old white guys like me. Because at the time we were still enforcing fugitive slave laws. We had exclusionary policies for Asian immigrants. Women were not allowed to own property. We ossified a system of allocating the most valuable water right at a time when it was a public resource, but only allocated to a few. So we're going to have to change. We need to have a system of water rights that we can administer, but it needs to be updated. And so next slide, the long-term objective here is to, and I take this from the Cal EPA saying, it's to preserve, enhance, and restore the Delta and to ensure the proper allocation and wise use of water for the benefit of present and future generations. We got to look long-term. 8 years is the twinkling of an eye. It's been a privilege to have this opportunity for the last 8 years. But next slide, please. I'm happy to turn it over to somebody else. And with that, I'm finished.
Hardly finished. But certainly this chapter comes a bit to a close. And I just, again, have to express just my incredible appreciation for having, I think for all of us, we know that we inhabit public seats that others will inherit here after us. And always a rule to leave things in a better place than when you found it. And certainly the water master position is such a, when you came into it still, and here still is, a position and still early in its infancy, if you will. But you have certainly left it a better place and contributed to what I've really felt is one of our primary needs here, which is to bring us into the 21st century. And that includes just acknowledging that things may have not always been done as we would expect them to today by today's standards. And I think the word earlier, as we heard from Big Valley Pomo and the need for the challenges around the hitch is that we are all here collectively reconciling what we inherited. It's easy to get perhaps defensive for what we found, but you've never done that. And I appreciate it that you haven't made it about yourself, but about these common goals that we all have collectively amongst ourselves. And here again, honored to be able to inhabit these seats for the time we do, but just incredibly appreciative of your service, and especially in a time where public service is certainly not easy, but certainly continue to be fortunate for colleagues that have set the bar high. So thank you.
Thank you. It's been a privilege.
Other colleagues with any questions or comments for the Water Master?
I just want to say that at the Stewardship Council, when I gave my last thing, I got a standing ovation. I'm not expecting that today, but I just want you to know that that bar is high. But I said that to Joaquin. He said, "Forget it. We're not going to give you a standing ovation, but we'll buy you a drink."
Vice Chair, please.
Yes, thank you. Mr. George, what a privilege we've had these last years, and just really appreciate your service and just that you were willing to take this on when you didn't need to. You chose to take this on, and with the passion of a young person just starting their career, or well seasoned, and as you were. And so just really appreciate what you've done, and absolutely you have set the bar high, and not just for the Office of the Delta Water Master, but for the water boards and for other state agencies that are engaged in the Delta and engaged in what has been decades long controversial issues that have been, at times so difficult that people didn't even want to touch them. And you just dove right in, and, job number one was just putting your boots on and getting out there on the ground. And as someone who spends a fair amount of time, in the region, just how much I and we all have appreciated what you've done to reach out directly to those that are under the authority of the Water Master, and that they view you as a friendly regulator. And both terms are just so crucial. You know, you're not just their friend, and you're not just the big bad regulator. You're both. And so I just really appreciate, especially the slide that you have on all of the things that you've done to collaborate, because that the list of things that have been accomplished under your tenure, you along with, you know, as you've so aptly given credit to so many others, it's taken your leadership to get us there. And without that, you know, that paramount attribute that you have in collaboration, I don't see that list would be as long as it is. So thank you so much for all that you've done, and Godspeed. We look forward to hearing from you and all the exciting places that you go once you get a chance to travel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dee Dee.
Member Morgan, please.
Just wanted to say thank you. It has just been amazing just seeing the amount of work that has been accomplished. And I want to say, short amount of time, 8 years is really a short amount of time to accomplish as much as you have. And you are very humble. I did echo the vice chair's comments. Your leadership really has developed the office very quickly, and it's just thank you. It's been a tremendous amount of work that your leadership has enabled the office to accomplish, and to build this foundation that the next person will step into and be able to take that torch and continue that work that you laid that foundation for. So thank you for 8 years of great service.
Well, thank you. And that means a lot coming from you, Nicole, because you're an alumnus of the Office Delta Watermaster. So I really appreciate the compliment.
Board Member McGuire.
Yes, I've been dreading this day and this moment, honestly. But what a fantastic report, and what a high note to leave on. Just with how much you really have accomplished. It's all been said very well, and you know it well. I think you've set the bar and the mark for, frankly, what any board appointed position, can and is able to accomplish in the tenure that you've had. And just the fact, the notion that you were never in public service before this, I would never have guessed that. You really have had, just grace and dignity when working, not only with the regulated community, but also with the board. Nicole was in water rights. I too worked in water rights as well with you on a few issues as well now at the board. So I've seen you in different capacities and wearing different hats, and it's always been through an era of professionalism. And over this time, for me, I've always felt there's been a high level of trust. And I really, between you and I've appreciated our check-ins that we've had on whatever frequency, and always being able to use you, or you use me as a sounding board for different issues as we've been, kind of navigating all the complex situations in the Delta that we've been faced with over the years. So I'll miss that. But I think that level, that type of trust that you and I built together here, I think you replicated that throughout with everyone that you worked with in the Delta, with other agencies, I'm sure with other board members, and that's going to be hard to fill those shoes once you're gone. But I wish you all the best. Whatever comes next, I think you're going to do great things. And so thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Sean.
I'll add my thanks, echo all the really eloquent remarks. Just echo all of them. And I also, looking through the summary of major accomplishments, I just keep thinking about the term Dayenu, which is that would have been enough, and then yet there's more, and that one would have been enough. But just so I think so much that was accomplished, and so much that that I think you've really laid out as a foundation and agenda for the next water master, and for the office and the board at large. And just appreciate all the wisdom and kind of mentorship as I've gotten to know the Delta navigation trips, and wish you nothing but the best and grateful for all you've done.
Thanks very much, Laurel. Okay, I think we can get on to the next agenda item.
Well, and I will
I'm
say,
very
for all the substantive and policy contributions that you've provided, you provided still one more today, which is dog's breakfast, which your idioms, the sayings, and you've imparted on me a number. There's being a Dutch uncle. There's also getting in the corral and patting the ponies. I've tried my best to make sure I've collected the best of what you have to offer there as well. And just thank you for that too, Mr. George.
You're most welcome. I should tell you, you're not the only one who's been collecting those. My son has a running list of weird things my dad says.
Thank you. And that concludes the final report from Michael George as our Delta Water Master. Thank you. Appreciate that. No standing ovation, but you did get a clap. And so now we can transition to item number 5, which is our quarterly report from the lead scientist.
Pleasure to be here today.
Might need to turn it on.
Okay, got it. Thanks. It's a pleasure to be here today. It's going to be quite an anticlimactic presentation after Michael George, but I will say that, it was completely worth it to travel here in the storm of the year to be here with Michael George for his final report. And it's just been a tremendous pleasure to work with him. And I have a few things to say about that towards the end of my presentation. Because I can't type a password and talk at the same time, let me just type a password into my computer so I could access my notes for this. Next slide, please. So today I'm going to be reporting on both a look back into what we accomplished in the last quarter of 2022, a look ahead, what's coming up for us in 2023. And then I'm going to conclude with a few discrete thoughts on this relationship with the Delta Water Master and the perspective of the Delta Stewardship Council and on Michael's excellent work. So next slide. The first few things I'll report on are some of the workshops that we closed out 2022 with. The final quarter of 2022 was quite productive for us at the Delta Stewardship Council with several key workshops. And the first of those took place in October, and it was our Advancing Interdisciplinary Research Symposium. This was a 2-part workshop that consisted of a training held October 14th and a workshop which was held on October 20th. This workshop really grew out of the work of the Social Science Task Force, which recommended the need for greater integration of social science into all of the science that we do within the Delta. And the Social Science Task Force ended up launching a Delta Social Science Community of Practice. And they held this workshop as their first of what will be an annual signature event. The goal of the workshop was to build understanding of the contribution of social sciences to inform decision-making and also promote awareness of the Bay Delta social science community of practice. Another goal was to facilitate overcoming barriers to conducting interdisciplinary research and really operationalizing it, and to explore some innovative and emerging approaches to challenges that are very much entrenched in our bureaucracy. And then a third objective was to build new relationships across disciplines and sectors to support future integrated work. And so the second component of this workshop, the October 20th component, really focused on bringing together interdisciplinary scientists and practitioners in common groups and having them brainstorm ideas for projects that they could collectively advance that address objectives that are written within the science action agenda. I'm going to share with you just a few insights that came out of this. And one insight is that the group felt that the biggest barrier to conducting interdisciplinary research was a lack of understanding of the other disciplines, a lack of ability to speak a common language. And so the training, I think, was really helpful in beginning to make inroads and promoting that understanding and sharing that language. This workshop specifically targeted several collaborative groups within the Delta for presentations and panel discussions, and this included members of the Delta Independent Science Board, Interagency Ecological Program, the Wetlands Regional Monitoring Program, and CSAMP, the Collaborative Science and Adaptive Management Program. And in the second part of the workshop, as these groups and interdisciplinary representatives got together in common rooms to brainstorm project ideas, some of the things that resonated were the challenge of drought and salinity management, looking at what ecological and engineering, as well as what regulatory approaches might be available, and starting to understand some of the benefits and drawbacks to these approaches on different communities and user groups. So this is something that we're already tackling within the science program, and I was excited to hear that was really resonating as a topic of interest. Other topics that were explored were opportunities at the nexus of carbon sequestration, land subsidence mitigation, and sustainable farming in the Delta. Another one was assessing shoreline vulnerability and flood protection in the Delta and adjacent communities. And then a fourth was assessing ecological management approaches for their ability to address stacking stressors such as drought and extreme heat waves coupled with spread of invasive species, and preserve or restore essential ecological functions. So as far as next steps go for this team, the social science integration team is going to be planning its activities for 2023. And efforts to further some of the conversations that emerged around those themes that I just mentioned. I'll mention that the recordings of the training and the workshop are available on the Delta Stewardship Council's YouTube channel. And there are other relevant resources from both the training and the workshop that can be found on the Council's Social Science Community of Practice webpage. In the next year, the Social Science Community of Practice will be partnering with the Delta Science Program and the National Center for Ecological Analysis and Synthesis to do further training and convening of a team that will look at data that's already been collected in new ways to address some of these integrated topics of interest. And they're still trying to land on what that focus is going to be. But we're really excited that we have the resources available to support that effort. Next slide. The next workshop that we held, which I know is of interest to at least some of you, it was the Delta Harmful Algal Blooms workshop, which was held between November 8th and 9th. The goal of that workshop was to bring together scientists and practitioners from agencies that are independently trying to tackle the challenge of monitoring HABs in order to inform the development of a cohesive Delta region specific harmful algal blooms monitoring strategy that would serve as a framework for monitoring, modeling, eventually looking to forecasting, and addressing current knowledge gaps. There was also an opportunity within this workshop to hear from researchers who have been conducting HABs monitoring within the Bay. Of course, there was the recent high-profile harmful algal bloom event within the Bay. And so some opportunities for coordinating and aligning this Delta-specific region strategy with what's already happening within the Bay was an additional topic of this workshop. I'll mention that harmful algal blooms is a very important priority for us in the Delta Stewardship Council. We have 2 science actions in the science action agenda that focus on advancing understanding around HABs and moving towards forecasting these HABs events. And it also features prominently in the estuary blueprint. So I'd like to share some of the takeaways from the workshop with you all. And if we can move to the next slide. I'm going to share with you results from 2 Menti polls that we conducted during the course of the workshop, which are very interesting. The first was a poll of the audience as to what their desired outcomes of a coordinated monitoring strategy are. And you can see that these answers are there are definitely some that receive more votes than others, but they're pretty evenly distributed, which just illustrates that there is an all of the above need for research that advances management of harmful algal bloom. So some of the things that received the most votes were greater understanding of what the drivers are of specific HABs events in the Delta. These events likely result from a combination of factors, and scientists have yet to achieve a mechanistic understanding that would enable us to predict when a HABs event is going to occur. There was recognition that there's also a need for more consistent data collection. There are disparate techniques right now adopted by different agencies that conduct HABs monitoring. There's a need for better working relationships between monitoring groups. And then you could read the others, but those emerged as the top 3. Next slide. Then we also polled participants on what they saw as the biggest barriers to accessing or using HABs monitoring data. And there was more discrimination among the possible options here. Most people found that the biggest barrier was that the data is in a format that's difficult to obtain. The data also, another one that's right next to that is data takes too long to be updated. QA/QC information is not available. All of these top needs are needs that are related to this data pipeline that Michael just talked about in his farewell presentation. And so I think that this poll really underscores the need for very careful attention to our standard practices around data, fully embracing practices of open science and making that data widely accessible to many different groups.
Yeah, I really appreciate this because it's incredibly consistent with the work under AB 1755, the Open
Yes.
Water Data Act, and because it's not unique to just necessarily have data within the Delta, but
Right.
really all sorts of water use data and case use needs to be better supported here. And it's really, these fundamental issues of how is it that data is collected, where is it stored, how do we ensure quality, all of it. And it's because we really don't, that data pipeline have a history of really investing it in a real structured way that's producing the sorts of decision making and space that we all desire. So this is really great to see.
And we see the Water Board as just an incredible partner in these endeavors. I know that that open and transparent data that is accessible to many communities is a major priority for the State Water Resources Control Board. And you've made tremendous progress just in the past few years. And so I really appreciate this partnership that we have. And as you say, this need for open science and accessibility of information is key to many of our efforts, not just related to the topic of HABs. It's key to achievement of agencies' equity and DEI goals. And that's something I'll talk about a little bit later. But I'd say that accessibility of information and providing the information that's needed to craft comprehensive management strategies is my key priority in my time remaining as lead scientist. Next slide. So I just wanted to cover a few of the common themes and needs that emerged across a range of presentations and panel and breakout discussions within this workshop. And one that kept coming to the top was this need for standard practices. And that's one of the things I was just talking about on the previous slide, but goes beyond standard practices as related to the data pipeline. There's also a need for establishing methods for who to contact when a bloom occurs, how to push information to the public. There's a need for adopting standard sampling practices. The technology in this field is evolving very rapidly, and that's made it difficult to standardize the practices that are used. But for that reason, there's also a need to do inter-lab comparisons and achieve some consensus on the most effective practices. And then the data needs to be available in a common format. And another need that just kept rising to the top is the need for long-term funding. Right now, HABs monitoring it tends to be conducted on a project by project basis with just short-term funding, and that's really not sufficient for understanding trends or really comprehensively getting a picture of what the driving mechanisms are. So I don't think I'll say anything more about that. And then there's a need for synthesizing and integrating data across different technologies that are coming into practice and different variable types. And then finally, there's a big human health component to harmful algal blooms, and there's a big environmental justice component to harmful algal blooms, which really differentiates this monitoring from monitoring for many other constituents that we do. And so there's a great need to understand how human communities are affected by HABs and to incorporate those public health concerns into the monitoring and dissemination strategy. Next slide. So those were general themes and needs. There were also key science action areas that were identified in this meeting. This is where we get a little nerdier, but some of these are to understand the transport components, understand where are blooms originating, how are they being transported through the delta. We need rapid mechanisms for quantifying circulation and residence time and understanding how it relates to harmful algal blooms. There's a need to incorporate the vertical dimension into monitoring because this is very much a three-dimensional problem. Keith Bauma-Gregson, who was formerly water board but is now at USGS, was very astute in recommending 3 key areas of investment that would allow for rigorous testing of some of the main hypotheses that are out there. One is to fill knowledge and data gaps in understanding biogeochemistry and ecology of harmful algal blooms through the use of eDNA tools. Another is to resolve the spatial distribution of HABs with remote sensing over a range of scales. And then a third area of investment is really in the modeling, get the modeling right in order to understand these transport processes. As far as next steps go, the Delta Science Program is now under contract with a person who's going to summarize the findings and key takeaways from the workshop and recommend a series of next steps for developing a coordinated framework for HABs monitoring in the Delta. So there's more to come as that report is drafted and becomes available. There's also continued coordination with people like Keith Bauma-Gregson at the USGS, who has been drafting a proposal for large-scale funding for HABs monitoring. And so this is a very actively evolving conversation right now. And Laurel Firestone and I have already agreed, just from a conversation in the hallway, to follow up on some areas within this topic that are of interest to her and to the board. Next slide. So looking ahead to 2023, we also have another very busy year of workshops in store for us. The first thing I want to report on is that the Independent Science Board is engaging in a new collaboration with the Delta Science Program to conduct a seminar series that may culminate in a workshop on the science supporting decision-making under deep uncertainty. So this refers to system variability that cannot be well characterized with existing data, models, and understanding. It's the very low probability events that could completely transform our experience of the Delta and the way that we manage it. So this proposed effort is going to draw upon the interdisciplinary sciences that support decision-making under deep uncertainty by expanding the methods that are used to create future scenarios, expanding the methods that are used for analyzing those scenarios and modeling, and designing projects and policies that are robust to this future uncertainty. We anticipate that the activities are going to include public seminars and workshops, a survey and analysis of current uncertainty and scenario planning techniques that are used in the Delta, and discussions with members of the Delta scientific and management communities. We anticipate summarizing the outcome of this series of events in a workshop with recommendations to agencies and interested scientists and managers for improving these techniques that are used to think about alternative plausible futures. And this is an effort that's responsible to multiple recommendations that have been produced by the Independent Science Board, and are also ingrained within the Delta Science Plan and the Science Action Agenda, recognizing the need for anticipatory management of this rapidly changing system. The audiences for the work are those who manage resources or design projects using intermediate to long planning horizons, as well as scientific and technical staff at government agencies. The second bullet point here is that we are gearing up to conduct a workshop on what we're calling the One Modeling Framework. So you've probably heard the vision that really underpins Delta Science as being one Delta, one science. This idea of establishing a robust, credible body of science, which is inclusive and is relevant to the most pressing decision needs for managing the system. On one of the boat rides that was featured in Michael George's talk, there was a photo. We had a really interesting conversation with Russ Kaleo of the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, who said, one Delta, one science. It's a great vision, but I don't really see it in practice. And he was referring to the modeling that we use. Modeling that is used for water allocation planning and resource planning tends to be fairly siloed. The assumptions tend to be buried. The documentation is hard to access. The modeling results themselves are hard to access, even though there's been movement to make those results more readily available. It's also just been challenging to couple different types of models. There isn't a readily available toolkit of software resources that can be used to assimilate data or couple models to each other to look at effects of flows on water quality and fish behavior and so on. And so this One Modeling Framework that we're convening, it will be February 28th and March 1st, is designed to establish elements of a common modeling framework, work towards achieving consensus on which state-of-the-art downscaled climate products are we using to drive our models, what are the sea level rise ranges that we're considering. We will also be conducting a survey of the cyber infrastructure resources that are available to the community. And there's been a lot of progress on this in recent years within different Earth surface modeling communities on creating resources that are basically enable you to plug and play different models and put them into a common interface. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. We'll be exploring those resources. And in the first day of that workshop, we're really going to be targeting conversations with upper level management of the agencies that have governance roles within the Delta, trying to understand specific needs which this integrated modeling framework could advance. So we'll work towards identifying key use cases, understanding what the barriers are to developing model resources that would just really accelerate our ability to address those use cases. And so we're in the process of recruiting keynote speakers and panelists who will be from upper levels of different agencies. The Adaptive Management Forum was supposed to be a bullet below that one. It looks like there was a formatting error. But our Adaptive Management Forum, which is a biennial event, is coming up in May. This year, the focus will be on adaptive governance, and I expect to be able to release finalized dates for that soon. I mentioned earlier that there's going to be this National Center for Ecological Analysis and Synthesis, Delta Science Program partnership that will enact a social science synthesis, and that's going to take place in spring/summer. And then we're looking to hold the second of our series of Delta salinity management workshops in the fall. And I have a few slides detailing that. Next slide, please. So just to give you an update on where we stand in this Delta salinity management scenario visioning process that I've talked to you about before. Last year, as a recap, we held a workshop in spring to explore diverse perspectives around salinity management in the Delta, understand how different strategies for salinity management, be that a combination of nature-based solutions, hard engineering solutions like the barrier across the False River, and potentially alternative regulatory or demand-based solutions, how those strategies impact people's lived experience within the Delta. So understanding diverse perspectives, values, getting a sense for who the stakeholders are, and surveying the available tools and methods to address these trade-off analyses was essentially the topic of workshop 1. And we began to chart a course for a collaborative visioning process in which we create a range of management and climate scenarios, and then holistically evaluate the trade-offs associated with those as we look to the future. Next slide. Since that workshop was held, we've been convening different focus groups, so agricultural focus groups, water user focus groups, to seek feedback on this approach that we outlined and refine our understanding of these diverse perspectives. And we've been using what we learned in those focus groups next to develop a pilot modeling exercise. And this is a modeling exercise that is really coming out of the planning committee, but is being executed through a contract with Department of Water Resources and RMA. And in that modeling exercise, our partners at RMA and DWR are developing essentially fast model emulators that will allow us in a very computationally efficient way be able to look at how different inflows into the Delta that come out of the calcium model create different patterns, different spatially distributed patterns of salinity within the Delta under different sea level rise configurations and different wetland restoration scenarios. Having this fast model emulator under these configurational changes to the Delta in 3 dimensions is going to be key in order to being able to look at a wide range of future scenarios. And so we expect that this modeling exercise will develop a critical set of tools that we could later use in our more comprehensive scenario analysis that will be an outcome of the second workshop. We've also convened a social science research sub-team, which is using quantitative techniques from social sciences to delineate and understand the diverse perspectives on salinity and salinity management in order to better understand what these trade-offs are. And one of the really neat things about the work that they're doing is it establishes a baseline. And we're hoping to continue to use these techniques to document how perspectives change as the community engages with us in this longer-term process. Next. And that brings us to workshop 2, which will take place in the fall of this year, in which we collectively evaluate outcomes from the pilot project. And I should have said in that pilot project, we will be looking at alternative strategies that involve combinations of wetland restoration and the use of barriers, so structural modifications to the Delta. So this will be a limited subset of the scenarios that we hope to eventually evaluate. And at this workshop, we will collectively evaluate the outcomes from that subset of scenarios, work with the community to really understand what those trade-offs are and figure out how to quantify them in ways that we could adopt for the fuller trade-off analysis. And then this exercise is also going to really help us home in on what those remaining gaps are and what the next steps should be in this collaborative process. Next. We anticipate producing a workshop report with findings and recommended next steps. And I have some really good news, which is that some funding has come through for doing that more comprehensive trade-off and scenario visioning analysis. Next slide. I have been working to convene a team of researchers from multiple UC campuses who will work in partnership with the stakeholder groups that are affected by salinity management and in partnership with agency scientists, particularly those on the planning committee, in order to evaluate the fuller set of trade-offs that I mentioned at the beginning. So looking at alternate combinations of nature-based solutions, traditional engineering solutions, policy sector solutions, and demand-based solutions, looking at how those overlay with different climate scenarios and play out for environmental justice, water supply, ecosystem structure and function, agriculture, and recreation and fishing considerations. These are just some flow diagrams that came out of that proposal. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through them in detail here, but would be happy to talk further with any of you about some of these details. This is a team that received funding from the University of California Office of the President through their multi-campus research proposal initiative. The team was funded for a total of $2.5 million. And so I see this as a significant investment, and it's just a great opportunity to enact what the community decides are the main priorities to come out of this workshop. Next slide. I think I'm actually going to skip over this because I pretty much covered that with my comments. But I do want to mention that I see the biggest difference I can make as lead scientist in my remaining year and a half being helping to establish these agency academic partnerships to look at a range of future scenarios and to look at a comprehensive set of trade-offs associated with those management and climate scenarios. I think these partnerships are so important because, as you all know, within agencies, we often have to prioritize the current water year, management for the current water year, and dealing with all of the emergencies that the climate is throwing at us. It makes it very difficult to achieve the longer range planning. And agency scientists' time is constrained. Agencies have limited access to computational resources. Some of the advantages of partnering with academic scientists are that academic scientists tend to have much more access to supercomputing facilities. It's cheaper to run complex models. There are many, I could vouch for this, there are many graduate students who are not interested in pursuing careers that will be lucrative for them financially, but rather are interested in pursuing careers that will help them advance common good. And I think there's just a lot of interest among the next generation in working with agencies to evaluate these alternative futures and do things that agency scientists just don't have the time or the mandate to do. And so, in another example of how I'm trying to facilitate these partnerships, there is another great opportunity at our doorsteps right now. The legislature allocated $100 million of funding to the UC system to distribute, to fund research that will have actionable outcomes for achieving the state's climate resilience goals at the 2 to 3 year time, or I should say the 1 to 3 year time frame. I think that converging upon a more unified modeling framework and actually producing tools that are commonly accessible, transparent, and workshopped with underrepresented communities is, it's an actionable tool, it's an actionable outcome that is ripe. There's been a lot of work among the Integrated Modeling Steering Committee and within this One Modeling Framework Planning Committee to develop ideas on what these modeling tools should be. We have partners at universities and within NOAA/NIMS who also have great ideas on these tools. And so right now I'm working to put together a pretty large team that's going to compete for one of the larger grants that's available through this program that will focus on democratizing water allocation planning models. So in the current system, agencies take information from the California Fifth Climate Change Assessment, and that, I'm not going to go through some of the details in the first few boxes, but that eventually gets fed into an operations model, which is CalSim, which might incorporate various structural changes to the delta, various operational decisions or policy, and generate a limited number of alternative scenarios that go into EIRs and EISs. And then those sometimes are taken further and coupled to flow and water quality models to evaluate a limited set of trade-offs for water supply and the environment. But as I said before, these trade-offs are fairly limited because of those constraints that I just mentioned. What we're proposing to do, next slide or next image, is, I apologize, these I'm realizing that these graphs are really detailed, is to really update the operations model, update CalSim into a format that's much easier to access, provide around 1,000 different scenarios, simulated scenarios, and make that data available to the public along with plain English explanations of what makes particular outcomes different. Users would be able to go to a website and through slider bars, change what they would like to prioritize within that operations model. So if you were a fish person, you might screen for scenarios that prioritize outcomes for fish. And you could think of other user groups being interested in other types of priorities. But essentially, we would have this much more complete library of operations scenarios, which would then feed into a system of interlinked physical, social, and ecological models. And in this particular proposal, we're proposing to select 2 to 4 use cases. These are the specific ones are still under discussion, through which we would build these modeling tools and make actionable progress on addressing key management questions. And so some of the leading contenders are a salinity management use case in which we'd leverage the work I spoke about earlier. Another one that's really resonating with a lot of people on the team is looking at what it would take to provide vulnerable communities in the Central Valley with clean surface source drinking water during extended drought periods. Another would be Chinook salmon management, and then also looking at some of the landscape scale impacts of wetland restoration and landscape scale resilience considerations associated with wetland restoration. One of the things that you'll notice is different between the 2 sides of this diagram is just the extent of connectivity between the different elements of this pipeline and diverse communities of water users. And so a key part of what we would be doing is co-production, working very closely with these communities of stakeholders to seek input on the versions of these tools that we make available, to ensure that the outcomes are aligned with their needs. And then also to workshop the trade-off analysis within those communities. So that is a really critical component of this proposal as well. And again, when Laurel and I were speaking for a few minutes before we went back into session, I mentioned that I did want to speak with her further on the drinking water use case, but I think there's a lot of opportunities here for partnership. And I think we really want to be clear-eyed and well-intentioned in working with a number of different agency partners in this proposal. And I think that one of the biggest carrots for the agencies could be that through efforts like this, those agencies can more meaningfully meet targets for equity and engaging diverse communities. And so we're hoping to have many conversations along those lines within the next year. And then next slide. I think I'll skip over that because I spoke about that in my remarks. Just a few other things for you. I wanted to inform you that now that we're in January of 2023, the long-awaited Delta Residents Survey is coming out. A collaborative team has been working on this for over a year. The team consists of researchers at the Sacramento State Institute for Social Research, academic collaborators at UC Davis, Berkeley, and Oregon State University. And then there's an advisory group that consists of 15 different people from the community of practice, academia, and other sister agencies. The objectives of this survey research project include developing a better understanding of Delta communities' social and environmental well-being and sense of place, including natural resource use, agricultural uses, cultural and historic uses that they value, as well as their experience of and risk perceptions of climate change, and to learn more about their preferences for adaptation. Another objective includes ensuring that we hear from diverse communities across urban, rural, and suburban Delta regions, and then piloting a test research approach for a potential long-term study to evaluate how, or to understand how well-being and ways of life in the urban and suburban Delta are changing over time. So this survey is targeting residential households within the Delta, all residents in the interior rural Delta, and a random sample of households in the urban Delta. And these households will receive survey invitation letters in their postal mailboxes. The survey is going to be sent out to about 60,000 households, and it's pretty standard to expect around a 1% response rate, which is pretty good amount of data. But we're looking for all of your help to help us spread the word about this survey and encourage recipients to respond. And the survey, I should also say the survey is going to be available in English and Spanish, and all participants who respond will receive a $5 gift card as a token of appreciation for their time. Eventually, we plan on sharing the results on the Council's social science webpage, and the link is on this slide. And any groups who are interested in seeing more specific results are encouraged to reach out to the research team. I could facilitate that contact, and they will be available to make presentations. Next slide. I think I will skip over that in the interest of time, and we'll go to the next one. And then I am also excited to announce that our latest edition of State of Bay Delta Science, which is a critical part of our Delta Science strategy, is imminently coming out. We just heard that it's probably going to be pushed to the end of January. It's going to be released as the next edition of San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Sciences, and it consists of a collection of papers that covers ecosystem services and disservices of primary producers, so plants and algae within the Delta. And this is just a preview of the different chapters that are in there. I'll highlight a few of them. One of the chapters focuses on historical ecology of aquatic vegetation. And this key findings are that increases in open water and proliferation of invasive aquatic vegetation in the last 20 years has actually led to a doubling of the primary production of floating and submerged aquatic vegetation relative to the historical period. But because of a loss of wetlands throughout the Delta, total primary productivity is still substantially less than it was historically. There's a chapter that focuses on the ecology of invasive aquatic vegetation, and some of the interesting findings out of that are that, you know, this one pretty much stands or is fairly straightforward, but invasive aquatic vegetation affects nearly every aspect of the physical and biotic environment. One example is that of a physical effect is that invasive submerged aquatic vegetation can block sediment from accreting on marshes and can inhibit the success of marsh restoration projects unless those projects also target invasive species control. However, invasive submerged aquatic vegetation also stores carbon within the landscape, so it's not a complete disservice. There are key remaining knowledge gaps in terms of understanding invasive aquatic vegetation's impacts on nutrient cycling and evapotranspiration, which has been a big emphasis within the State Water Resources Control Board. There's another chapter that's focused much more on management applications and how we control invasive aquatic vegetation. What do we know about the science of that control? And a key finding there is that due to the tidal dynamics of the Delta, many of the strategies that work for invasive species control in places like lakes just don't work in the Delta because of tidal dispersion. So there's a need for investing in innovative new solutions and conducting science experiments to figure out what is going to work. Another gap that was identified is that the science assessing both target and non-target impacts of control efforts in the Delta is nascent. There's a chapter that's focused on remote sensing of primary producers, and this is really exciting because there are new tools that can be incorporated into operational pipelines that are emerging for near real-time mapping of invasive aquatic vegetation within the Delta. And I actually highlighted one of these tools in my last presentation to the Delta Science Program, or to the Delta Stewardship Council. There's a chapter on harmful algal blooms and associated toxins that is estuary-wide in its scope. And then finally, there's a chapter focused on carbon sequestration and subsidence that is really focused on quantifying the potential for carbon accumulation in different types of wetlands and understanding how things like tidal reconnection can impact that accounting with an eye towards developing more effective carbon markets. Next, and I'll just show this pretty figure, but go fast in the interest of time. This is just a figure that the government graphics office prepared for us for the introduction chapter that shows connections between these different primary producer communities and highlights some of our gaps in understanding. And I would say what intrigued me the most after reading through this collection of chapters was just understanding how connected our system is, like understanding how invasive aquatic vegetation, which is in the open water environment, could have a major impact on the success of restored wetlands. And, I think we're just starting to get at understanding how, or we're barely making a dent at understanding how things like harmful algal blooms might impact other types of beneficial primary producers and the amount of food that they provide to food webs. So there's a lot of needs still to do research among these connections. And then finally, on the last slide, I just wanted to thank Michael George for his service and say what a pleasure it has been to work with him in this capacity. This is just a photo that was taken at the Delta Stewardship Council meeting after that standing ovation. Don Natoli is also in the image. It was his last day as a council member as well. So there was a joint celebration. But just briefly, I wanted to highlight some of the things I've valued the most. And one is, I haven't worked directly with too many lawyers, but I've learned a lot from you. And I am just really impressed at what a supporter of science you've been. And you've truly been an effective ambassador for the science action agenda. I feel that, we're very much in the same boat here. And you're serving in this capacity as an ambassador for science has just been, it has magnified the number of people and the diversity of communities we've been able to reach. And it has magnified how far that science has been able to go in making a difference in moving our community towards sustainable management. In a similar vein, I really appreciate your promotion of open science and your recognition of its importance and understanding this rapidly changing system and being able to anticipate the future. I've just been watching how Open ET has unfolded with great interest. The nerd in me the eco-hydrologist in me is really interested in how this can help us understand controls on evapotranspiration as a consumptive use of water within the Delta. But I think in many sectors, in terms of being able to more effectively account for water use and manage that water use, it's truly a game changer. And so that's something that we've also appreciated collaboration on within the Delta Science Program. Similarly, I think the drought pilot program is a great model for the next generation of community engaged evaluation or community engaged adaptive management that enables us to evaluate radically different and creative strategies for dealing with the challenges that climate change imposes for our system. I think there's a lot that we have to learn about or from the drought pilot program about demand and how elastic demand can be during these drought periods. And this is something that's going to help us better anticipate some of the human related shifts and create better future scenarios that more effectively encompass the range of possible controls on the system. So I think there's a direct link between this drought pilot program and this trade-off analysis that I was talking about earlier for our salinity management project. I think there's also a lot of potential. Well, the next bullet, I've really appreciated your involvement and your high level of engagement in this salinity management collaborative process. And the State Water Resources Control Board has also been a pivotal partner in our harmful algal blooms work as well. So with respect to those two topical partnerships, I'm very grateful and looking forward to learning who your successor is going to be and hope to continue this really great set of collaborations with your office and with the State Water Resources Control Board. So thank you. And that is all.
And just huge thanks to you, Dr. Larson. The energy and just the progress that you've brought to the science program. I often remark, you look at the Everglades or, Chesapeake Bay, certainly, or Puget Sound, or all these, imperiled, really critical estuaries throughout the nation. And the Bay Delta doesn't have the same federal programs and resources and, just coordinated work that we've been needing for a long while. And you've really taken things to another level and in really short order and capitalized on, yes, a lot of good work that was kind of out there, but not unlike Michael George, just really have been able to accelerate things. So thanks to you as well. And thank you to thanks to Mr. Michael George. And the board is looking to soon make announcement on filling the position. Is just going through our process. So thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from our colleagues, comments?
I had a question and thank you. I learned so much from this and it's really exciting. Just exactly what I wanted to understand better and look forward to digging in more. So really appreciate that. One thing you mentioned was the Adaptive Management Forum in May being focused on adaptive governance or adaptive management governance. Can you just explain a little bit more of what that scope or focus is?
Yeah. So the focus on adaptive governance is something that builds on a seminar series that the Delta Science Program conducted through, I guess it was the earlier part of 2022, in which different seminars focused on environmental governance, adaptive governance, and there was a third topic too that's not immediately coming to mind. This has been a learning process for scientists within the science program. I myself I don't feel incredibly glib in speaking about, the field of governance or studies of governance yet. But I think the topic really resonated and there was collective will to learn more about this emerging field of research around governance and how it could apply to our system in an operational context. And so it's really that nexus, that application of the theory of adaptive governance that's going to be a topic of the Adaptive Management Forum. But I will make sure to provide more detailed updates at a future presentation. And I can also let you know when the materials, the supporting written materials, the fact sheets come out about this forum.
Great. Sounds great. And just so adaptive governance is that the same thing as governance around adaptive management, or is that adapting governance to something? Sorry, I just want to make sure I understand the term.
Yeah. And I think that I don't know if I have a good answer.
Yeah, that's fine. I look,
Karen
there's
Chaffetz, who's running the Adaptive Management Forum, might have a better answer. My instinct is that that is an open question right now. How do we make adaptive management actually more adaptive in process? Because our systems are still fairly rigid, even as the community tries to adopt these processes of adaptive management. How do we change governance structures at a rate that is consistent with the rate of change that our system is experiencing? That really lies at the heart of this theme.
And I'd like to add to that as well, because this has been an issue that, as the chair knows, has been on the front burner at CSAMP and so forth. The whole notion of adaptive management, try something, see how it works, tweak it, change it, so forth, is completely inconsistent with the regulatory process and the permitting process, where you spend a lot of time explaining what you want to do and getting a permit, let's say an incidental take permit, and you say you're going to manage weeds in this area in one way, and then it turns out that's not a very effective way to manage weeds, but you've got to do it because it's in your 10-year incidental take permit. So this whole issue of adaptive governance is things are changing so rapidly. As we're doing things on the land, in the water, in the atmosphere, when we learn things, how can we change what we're doing to learn more, to get a better outcome, to stop getting a bad outcome, without having to go back through the hall of 1,000 doors to get the appropriate regulatory response? And I think about it, and we all talk about it, D1641, it's 20 some years old. It is ossified in place. It designed the best we could 20 years ago, but we know we need to do things differently. And yet it is so hard from a governance perspective to make change, even that's, not to say a no-brainer, but a no regrets kind of change, because it's not baked into the regulatory process.
Yeah, agreed. And I know that that's a goal of the Bay Delta Plan update, certainly, is how to manage that enabling of adaptive management, and then reconciling with needing, that kind of backstop and regulatory role. And, right now, as voluntary agreements are being discussed and analyzed, there's a real question around what is effective governance, whether it's in implementation of the plan or voluntary agreements. So it's an area that's forefront of my mind as, on this board in this time, and particularly in the Delta. And so just really interested to hear the discussion around that, and good brains and researchers and thinking, and as well as practitioners. So thanks
for the question.
Thank you, board member. Looking to Vice Chair, Board Member McGuire. Okay. Thank you both for the incredible reports. And I think, Michael George, as you said, these next years are just really pivotal. We're going to have so much here. And so the synthesizing of the science, all the data that we're going to be collecting, and the governance issues are here intersecting before us. And it's going to take a lot. We want a lot more minds here with us, seeing what we see, and hopefully doing right by really difficult circumstances, but great opportunity. So thank you both for being partners in that. Thank you. Okay, that concludes item number 5 and brings us to item number 6, and coming in here in the home stretch in a longer than I certainly thought we were going to have day, but worthwhile and important, and appreciate everyone's contributions. So we're at board member reports. I'll quickly reflect on just 2 items. One, I attended the Colorado River Water Users Association conference in Las Vegas, joined by a whole host of folks like Executive Director Chris Harris, Metropolitan Water District, Coachella Water District, Peter Nelson there, Bill Hazenkamp, others, in a good convening, a lot of honest conversations. Certainly, as we all know, and we have heard, things aren't easy right now in the Colorado There was a lot more hope. There was, a period of tension, I think, amongst some of the basin states. But right now, as Executive Director Chris Harris for the Colorado River Board told us, there's a real will right now amongst everyone to try to work toward a solution here by the end of January. So it was good to participate as a member of the Western States Water Council and also the Salinity Forum. It was a real good opportunity for everyone to be coming together around our common challenges and opportunities. And that was just before, it was around the 14th and 15th, 16th, I believe. And then the other thing to note is just this morning, I was part of the American Society of Civil Engineers conference around water. And it was an international conference, even with participation from folks in Bangladesh and otherwise. And it was a panel on the Western mega drought. Roger Pulwarty, who is with the NOAA NIDIS Center, the National Drought Information System, was the keynote colleague from my time back in DC, so it was good to see him. Also, a colleague from time in DC, Dave Wagner, was on the panel. He's long served on the House Natural Rules, House Natural Resources Committee, and then joined us as well was Bitta Becker, who many of you know as our former colleague at Cal EPA, now back with Navajo. And so it was a nice opportunity to reflect on what our circumstances are tying us all here with drought, flood, these extremes, and how we're all going to continue to try to manage better. Touched on the water supply strategy definitely as a signature part of what we're trying to focus as we adapt to this aridity. So those are just my quick reports. Any other board members?
Great. Yeah. So on December 7th, I went to the Northern California Golf, Turf, and Water Summit, which was an event I had been looking forward to for a while because of so many of the areas that we're working on, the intersection of the drought, the water supply strategy that you mentioned, of course, our long-term water use efficiency regulations. So I was very interested to hear from the stakeholders there who are literally turf managers. And it's golf courses, sports fields, parks. So anyone who is connected in any way with grass of any sort was kind of engaged in this discussion. And so my part was speaking to the board's responsibilities and our vision, and also discussing the water supply strategy. So I think they appreciated that input. But I also got to hear from them a bit in terms of really the good investments that they're making and their awareness about the challenges that we're all facing. Heard a lot about turf getting changed out for drought tolerant alternatives. Using different remote sensing, drones, and different technologies to really hone in on water budgets and really nail down kind of optimal water use. Recognizing that water systems that they rely on aren't as reliable as they once were, and that they're in many times in a vulnerable state. And there's long-term challenges with that. So I think overall it was a good discussion. And I think time well spent there. And then a couple of tours, one of which, the first was December 14th to the Tulare area with Vice Chair Diadamo. We met with the Mid-Cahuilla Groundwater Sustainability Agency through primarily Tulare Irrigation District, and had a good, really actually very interesting tour about all the work that they've been doing through preparing their groundwater sustainability plan, through identifying recharge opportunities. They're one of the early adopters of the TEM, the helicopter electromagnetic imaging system with Stanford. And now they have it on a trailer, and they drive it up and down different areas to hone in on that. Really working through all the aspects of Sigma and recognizing the challenges they have before them. So I won't go into a whole lot more details there, but for me, it was a really informative and eye-opening tour, and would recommend that. And Vice Chair may have more to say about that as well. And then the next day, in the nearby, but completely different experience, I met with the J.G. Boswell Corporation in Corcoran, which was about 30 minutes away from where I was in Tulare. and in that case had some Sigma staff, James Knockbauer and some of his staff joined for that tour. And the impetus for that in part was the rivalry that was going on between a couple of the GSAs there with the the large shallow storage ponds and different uses of groundwater for agricultural application in that area. And it was also a very educational experience just in terms of the scope and scale of that operation and the work that they do. I think we heard around the same time that those two entities had come to some resolution in their minds in terms of how the storage ponds were accounted for in their GSAs. That's obviously for another day. But again, it was a helpful opportunity to get out, go in a helicopter and kind of see the perspective and better understand just how significant these agricultural corporations are. They embrace a lot of the same types of management practices, but the scale of what they do and what they take on is a whole nother level. So it was definitely a valued trip, worthwhile. That's all I had.
I don't have a report.
Thank you both. Vice Chair?
Yes, the only thing I'll add as to the Mid-Cahuilla Tulare Irrigation District was, first of all, it's just always great to get out and meet with folks. And they had quite a few participants on that tour, local entities. And so that was really helpful. But just how they are really incorporating, what seems to be thoughtfulness on comprehensive issues, including disadvantaged communities. So we did go to Okieville, where we saw, one of our water tanks out there, and the monitoring of that tank, and the security system that has to be implemented in order to protect it. Also some recharge opportunities very close to Okieville that they're interested in pursuing. And then also a surface water storage project that has a lot of multiple purposes. These are disadvantaged communities that don't have a lot of recreational opportunities. And so they're looking to incorporate portfolio diversification with this project. This, let's see here, Seaborn property. I was able to pull up my notes, and habitat restoration, and then also a nearby community center. So I was just really inspired by, there's a lot that they have to manage with drought and with Sigma, but, looking beyond and looking at community benefits as well as, just what they, in other words, not just checking the boxes. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair. That concludes board member reports and brings us to item number 7, Executive Director's Report. Anything to add, Ms. Sobek? Great. Thank you as always for the good report. Comprehensive and always growing. Thank you. And that brings us to the end of our schedule then. We will not have closed session, so this actually brings us to the adjournment of this meeting. We will convene again January 18th and 19th. It is a 3-day holiday. Martin Luther King Jr. holiday is that Monday, so that's a Wednesday for folks in case you try to find us on Tuesday. With that, thank you everyone again for the good discussion here. The first meeting here off the bat of 2023. Appreciate everyone's patience and participation, and we'll see you all in 2 weeks. Thanks.